Good morning and welcome to the Federal edition of the Online Digital Transformation Conference. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, where we're going to be welcoming some brilliant leaders in government to share their ideas on digital transformation, whether that's the challenges faced or the successes achieved. I'd like to introduce myself as Chris Towers. I am the founder and head of events here at Raw Media. We're a London-based media organisation that hosts and create business conferences across the UK, Europe, North America, of course, and Asia, bringing together some of the brightest minds in technology and business. Digital transformation has become one of the biggest buzzwords over the last 5 years and has become even more important over the course of this pandemic, particularly within governments across the globe. The need to successfully evolve beyond the pandemic has become essential, and today we take a look at how those leading change are going about that, from modernization of IT systems to user experience. Today, we take a final look at some of the most important topic areas within the all-encompassing phrase that is digital transformation. Traditionally, we would have been hosting this event in Washington, DC. We last ran the event towards the end of 2019, where we welcomed a great variety of cross-agency speakers, sharing the most important elements of transformation, featuring some brilliant talks, panel discussions, interviews, and of course, networking at a time that allowed us to actually socially interact without fear. Fortunately, it looks like we may be approaching a time where this will become the norm again. But for a short while longer, we continue to offer our events in this online format. This federal edition is part of a wider series that takes place, as mentioned, across Europe, North America, Asia, and here in the UK, where we are based, which explains the dodgy accent. Our digital transformation conference has been running for the last 5 years, and its usual focus is on the private sector. So it's great to turn our attention to government and the public sector to see how commercial best practice can be applied, those common challenges agencies face, and the brilliant stories of transformation achieved. It's at this point that I want to thank our headline sponsor, Radiant Digital. They supported our event back in 2019 and again today in this new format. Radiant have their CEO, Shankar Rachakonda, who will be presenting amongst the speakers today, sharing their tactical view on digital transformation. Shankar delivered an excellent presentation in Washington, DC last time around, so I'm excited to again hear his thoughts today. As background, Radiant specializes in delivering technology solutions driven by proven methodologies to help their customers navigate the journey to the digital enterprise. Their solutions focus on IT transformation, efficiently executing and managing intelligent infrastructure strategies that enable the digital enterprise. Application transformation, quickly integrating new systems, processes, and customer experiences into all areas of the enterprise, and workforce transformation, effectively enabling change from processes and skills to culture and behavior for all stakeholders. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from Shankar and Radiant Digital, and some resources and assets will be shared throughout the day from those as well. So at this point now that I'd like to cover some important notes on housekeeping. First up, if you have joined us through the Beyond Business Buzzwords website, which is our content partner website, where the conference page sits, you should have already been able to take a look at the latest and that final agenda. That's got all the scheduled timings within that for the day. If you've not seen that, make sure you take a look at it, and you can find out who's speaking when and what they're speaking on. And if you're not on Beyond Business Buzzwords, I recommend navigating to there now, and you'll get all those features within. And within the page, we have a chat function. This is the best place to interact with one another today. Say hello and perhaps drop your LinkedIn details and introduce yourself as we move through the day. It's great to bring a small element of what an in-person event achieves through professional networking. It's also within this chat function where you can ask any questions that you might have for the speakers. Just pop them down whenever you wish during the presentation or fireside chat. I'll endeavour to pick those up as we move along. So don't wait for a Q&A session to happen. Just pop them down as you think of them, and I'll pick them up and put them forward to the speaker after they've finished presenting or being interviewed during those sessions. Most of the sessions today do feature a Q&A session, but I'll let you know beforehand if they do not. I think it's just the one that doesn't today. This is an online event, so there is, of course, the risk for plenty of technical difficulties. Hopefully not, but I think we've all experienced some in some formats attending online events, whether it's a speaker connectivity issue, a slow transition, or whatever that might be. Please do bear with us if we do hit any bumps in the road. If we ourselves or a speaker do have any connectivity issue, we'll get it sorted as quickly as possible. These can and unfortunately do happen, but hopefully not today, but just bear with us if it does. With that, I want to get us going with the first session of today. In this session, we have a fireside chat with Shane Barney, who's the Chief Information Security Officer from the US Citizenship and Immigration Services. Presentation and Q&A session with Shankar Ratchakonda, CEO from Radiant Digital, and an interview with Scott Simpson, who's the Digital Transformation Lead at the DHS. And first up, as mentioned, we're going to be joined by Shane Barney. I can see Shane in the background waiting in the wings. Shane, if you can hear and see me, hopefully you can. If you want to enable your microphone and your camera, top right. Shane is the Chief Information Security Officer, as mentioned, from the US Citizenship and Immigration Services. Shane manages the next generation IT security program responsible for ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of US CIS networks, systems, and information, and from both internal and external threats. Shane, I can just see you just toggling the wrong controls there. They're on the left. If you can just, if you just use the right-hand side there, you should see the camera icon and microphone. Apologies for that. There goes our first little hitch. In this chat with Shane, we're going to aim to tick off and cover Shane's digital transformation experiences over the last 12 months and looking further ahead and beyond. So hopefully we'll be joined by Shane in a few ticks and we can get the fireside chat underway while we'll just wait for Shane to come through there. Just bear with us while we get Shane through and we'll get the day kicked off. So if you haven't done so already, we should be underway in the next couple of minutes. So grab a coffee and we'll get this underway very shortly. Just waiting for Shane to join and we'll kick off. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
I can see you, I can hear you. Welcome, you're live on air and welcome to the Online Digital Transformation Conference. Glad to have you with us. How are you today? Shane, can you hear and see me okay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Shane, okay? Shane, can you hear me? Apologies for this. Shane, can you hear me?
Wow, that was
challenging. Are we in conversation now?
I believe we're talking. Is my video coming through okay?
It sure is, Shane, and thank goodness that I am.
I'm your only glitch.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, in the caveat at the start, I did mention that we will probably inevitably face some technical hitches. So hopefully, this is the only bump in the road. But you know what? we're ahead of schedule anyway, and perhaps we're starting bang on time here, so not too much of an issue. And it's great to have you with us, and glad we can now hear and see each other and speak.
Excellent. Glad to be here.
Good stuff. Well, how are you this morning, first of all?
It's actually been an interesting morning. Being a CISO and the federal and an executive for all the cyber activities of my agency keeps you busy. So never a dull moment, always something new. So I'm doing well.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, it's good to have you with us, and thanks again for joining. I gave kind of a very brief introduction as you were kind of connecting through there. I didn't cover too much, so it'd be great if you could just perhaps introduce yourself, let the audience know who you are, your role, and a little bit about your background, if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. We are the federal agency within the U.S. government and part of the Department of Homeland Security that administers the immigration system or immigration laws and processes for the United States. We are responsible for work permits. We are responsible for travel for visas and coming to the United States for being a student, traveling, seasonal workers. We also issue naturalizations, and we also have responsibility for refugee and asylum functions as well. So we have a considerably large mission, a very complex mission. We have 28,000 plus, about 28,000 employees, 200 and something buildings spread around the world. So we're big. We're a medium-sized federal agency in all things considered, but our mission is very global. Yeah, and obviously immigration is always a topic. So we are never without press.
Yeah. No.
My role, though, is I am the cyber executive for the agency. So I have oversight for the cybersecurity program, including information security, as well as SOC operations, risk management, and governance. So I get the whole ball of wax.
Well, many hats then. So today, the event obviously is largely around digital transformation, strategy, and innovation across various agencies that we'll be hearing from, and also learning how digital transformation has been an enabler for change across government. But what does digital transformation mean to you and in your role in security as a whole?
Well, it's funny. I've had experience with transformation in two ways, and it's how I've come to think of transformation. There's like a big T transformation and a little T transformation. Big T transformation is very pragmatic. It's prescripted in the law. It has lots of regulations around it. These are large, very large IT programs that span multiple years and fiscal years and cover huge swaths of mission space and are usually waterfall approach, very regulated. Certainly not anything that I would consider a change agent. Small T transformation, which is where my agency really has excelled, is more that agile sort of, small projects here, there, and everywhere. Lots of little projects moving the ball incrementally, but at different speeds and at different scales. Sometimes you may have $100 million, technically small digital transformation project, or you could also have a $3 million project off to the side. All of them are equal importance, all of them accomplishing the mission. But with small T transformation, it's done in kind of a more piecemeal attempt where we know that we're not going to be able to take on the whole elephant, so we're just not going to worry about it. We're going to do what we can do today, go for that minimal viable product, and get it out the door. And that's where we come in. That's what we do now as an agency, and we do that very, very well. So the security program, interesting enough, security within the federal space wasn't really designed for that type of work. That very agile thinking, that very quick pivot. Quick moving, quick releases. I mean, I have very major applications that do 3 releases 3 times a day. So, in terms of an IT security program operating within the federal government and within the guidelines and laws and regulations that we have to operate within, obviously changing the security program to match that scale speed, it was necessary and needed. So that's what we undertook several years ago. And we began looking at our IT operations more as an operation and more as a sort of a component to that digital process. In other words, we weren't just an audit. We weren't just an entity that sat off to the side. We were part of it. That sort of I'm going to use the term, I'm not going to use it again, but the DevSecOps concept, where you embed security into everything. I actually really don't like that, but that was the original notion. Yeah. Now our approach is starting to shift. And I can talk maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later, but really now what we're looking at doing is we want to actually hide security. We want to make security transparent. It's inherited. It's the base on which you operate. In other words, it's not embedded into the actual dev and ops. It's actually before the dev and ops.
Sure.
So it's like this base level security in how we operate. And that's actually the shift that we're pushing for right now. A lot of that is based not just on what I'm seeing within the digital transformation world and how we have to keep pace and how we can best support that, but also based on recent instances like SolarWinds and the Microsoft Exchange vulnerabilities. We need to shift and alter the way we operate and the way we do things.
And with that, how you kind of touched on it there, but how much of your roles had to adapt and change, particularly over the course of the pandemic? Obviously, security has been a topic and a focus that's had to come to the forefront of lots of organisations, both government and private sector, in a sense of how we approach, how we work, where we work, and when we work. How has this impacted what you do? And I imagine quite significantly. So,
well, the pandemic hit USCIS hard. Most people may not realize USCIS is a fee-funded organization. We do not get federally appropriated dollars. Everything that we do is derived from fees. So we're about a $4 billion a year agency. And all of that comes from, for the most part, actually, all of that comes from fees derived from immigration benefits. If you want to apply for naturalization, there's a cost to doing so. You submit your application along with your money and you're off the races. So that's how we work. We're more like a business. So we actually have widgets. Our widgets just happen to be immigration benefits. And so when the pandemic hit and we closed, like all other businesses did, our source of revenue closed as well. And as a federal agency, and we don't have a direct line into appropriated dollars, it became a real challenge. So our initial challenge was just keeping the lights on and keeping our people paid through the initial phases of the pandemic, because part of the immigration process requires in-person vetting. It requires interviews. There's a lot of very face-to-face time that's required by, actually in some cases by law. Even naturalization ceremonies are required to be in person. So a lot of challenges had to be overcome very quickly. Some of them were technology challenges. We were able to again, this goes back to my agency's unique ability to pivot and move. When we started at the pandemic, we realized we couldn't do face-to-face interviews, which is a requirement for a lot of immigration benefits. One of the things we had to do was enable a basically in-person but not in-person ability to interview people. So they would still come into our office. The immigration officer would still be in the office, but they'd be in separate rooms. So that kind of point-to-point video. We didn't have anything like that. We had no infrastructure for that. Within 2 weeks, we stood it up agency-wide. That sort of the ability to quickly pivot and focus our attention and then move is a hallmark of that digital transformation capability. And then the security program pivoted and moved equally with them. But the pandemic itself, we were in some ways really set up well, even though that part of it was challenging. In other ways, we were really set up well. We are a cloud-heavy agency. We are probably 90% cloud at this point. We've been doing cloud probably longer than any federal agency ever. And so one of the things with cloud that whether you like it or not, whether you realize it or not, if you're in cloud, you're doing zero trust because that's just what cloud is. And when we started recognizing that, and we started embracing that several years ago and pushing heavy and hard towards that really lofty zero trust goal or along that journey anyway, we were really well prepared when it hit, because honestly, from my perspective, whether the person was sitting in their office or sitting in their home, it made very, very little difference. We were very well set up to do that. The infrastructure was there. We already had the pipeline set up. We already had the processes in place. The security was okay. Never missed a beat. If it hadn't been for some of the requirements on the legal side for interviewing, honestly, the whole agency could have shifted to home-based work and nobody would have noticed. From a security perspective, the pandemic didn't really hurt us that bad. We were really well set up to do it. There were aspects to it that were challenging, things like SOC operations, where you're used to having a SOC floor and personnel working an incident. Not like we didn't have a major SolarWinds incident or anything to deal with. So those kinds of challenges were unique. One of the things we quickly realized, there's always been this talk of virtualized SOCs. We can virtualize the SOC and virtualize. No, we will never virtualize the SOC. We worked through the SolarWinds incident and the responses to that primarily as a virtualized SOC, and I have a very, very good SOC team. And all I could think of the entire time, that if those people hadn't been with me for literally the last 5-6 years, getting through the SolarWinds incident in a virtualized mode would have been near impossible. So there were definitely challenges that came out of that. Lessons learned that we took away. We will forever cement our SOC in on-prem somewhere.
Nice. And then you've obviously mentioned some pretty hefty challenges there. Were there any more kind of challenges that you've faced during the last 12 months, and where you've seen kind of more challenges, and how have you overcome those?
So, a lot of the challenges that we're doing, the challenges were, I'm going to say this in a weird way, but they're somewhat self-inflicted. Um, and self-inflicted in two ways. One of the things that as a CISO, I have taken away from all the years I've had to interact with our agile development teams, who are just absolutely amazing. First they would drive me crazy, because if you deal with agile teams, and especially agile teams at USCIS, these guys are change agents. And honestly, they would change SaaS products as often as they change their socks. And so that's really hard for security personnel to deal with sometimes, because they want to approve something, they want to look at it, they want to study it, they want to touch it, and hug it a little bit, take it home to meet grandma. It's a different philosophy and way of approaching things. So part of it is always shifting that mindset. So as a CISO, when I first stepped in as a deputy CISO, and then later as I became the CISO, I decided that we as a security organization were going to be equally as agile and adaptive. So I've decided to never be satisfied with the organization. I've never satisfied with where we are today. I'm always thinking about what we're going to do next. And so I'm constantly changing my environment. I'm constantly changing the organization. One, it keeps my people on their toes and drives them crazy, and that's my job. But two, it makes us more adaptive to what we're seeing. So as the USCIS starts to shift and do different things, like right now, we're shifting our primary way of organizing how we do IT within our organization. We're structuring around domains like intake. These are like major mission functions. So we're no longer talking about systems, we're talking about domains. And the domains contain pieces and parts of systems and functionalities of systems, but really want those domains to drive the conversation. Well, that's a big shift for a security program. Security programs think in terms of FISMA boundaries and documentation. And so we can't do that with domains. So altering our perspective on how we do things, and because the IT organization is changing, and because I've always forced my IT organization to change, or my security organization to change, they're good with adapting and overcoming. So this last year, part of what even during SolarWinds, I was making organizational changes. I was altering the way we operated, challenging my SOC to do more, do it better, do it faster. I think the big thing that we did this year, and was one of our saving graces, is I stood up a cyber intelligence threat team, working both on the classified side and unclassified side. And throughout the SolarWinds incident, as well as the Microsoft Exchange incident, they proved their worth 10 times over and then some. Adding in that real-time active intelligence into the organization, and making it actionable, which is critical, in very short order, was just crucial in our ability to respond and move. So, really getting this security program in this sort of agile, sort of sprint mindset has been a big goal of mine.
Yeah, nice. And then on that culture part, it obviously plays a massive role, probably more so than the technology, in any kind of digital transformation journey. And you've mentioned a few times there that you have this agile approach. How have you gone about kind of continuing to instill a culture of innovation within your team over the course of the pandemic, given the limitations we've set by the pandemic, i.e. working from home and forced environments and things like that?
Well, it's going to sound kind of cold-hearted, but it is what it is. For one, I don't allow my team to provide the excuse, oh, we're working from home, we can't be like we normally are. No, we're going to still function like we normally will. It may be different, and we may do it differently, but we will still function and do the things that are required. So that didn't change.
Yeah.
I do it in two ways. I have, as a CISO and sort of the executives responsible for technically, I have two direct responsibilities. One, I am the voice out to the larger USCIS community. In other words, me getting out there and spearheading security and in getting it in front of everybody and making sure they understand it's of their importance, because security is not just my job, it's all of their jobs. I rely on them. I rely on the user community as much as probably more so than they realize. So getting that message out is really, really important for driving culture, as well as working with all the leadership, because if you can get leadership on your side, and they're your advocate, they're advocating for your efforts just as much as you are, you're setting yourself up for a really solid win. Unfortunately for me, within USCIS, I've spent a considerable amount of time since the pandemic not hit, so I wasn't able to travel as much, but prior to that, I spent a lot of time on the road, going to town halls, going to regional meetings of our employees and talking about security issues and actually making it relevant to them and showing them actual real world cases of what's happening, and then pointing out instances where their fellow employees reported something and how it turned into a really big deal, either saved the agency money or protected some data or did something that was really important. So getting that message out and really driving it from enterprise wide in that culture is really critical, because getting them on your side really makes things easier. Yeah. But internally for the security, my role there is to drive the team and challenge them. Never be okay with the status quo, because the status quo is what we know. It's the threats that we don't know that scare me. So I don't want them to ever be comfortable. And and if they were here, and I'm sure if they were listening, they'd be sending me all kinds of lovely hate chat. But I am never satisfied with any of it, because minute we accomplish something, that's great, guys. That's really the coolest thing ever. Hey, I've got a new idea. Here's what I want you to do. I'm very fortunate as a CISO to own the identity security program for the entire agency, and I am constantly changing my ICANN program on them. I probably change it 3 times a week, I swear. Not because they don't do great work, they do amazing work, but because I don't want them to be satisfied with where they are. I want them to always be thinking, okay, what's next? What are we missing? How can we do this faster, better? How can it be prettier colors, better dancing ponies? Yeah. But really drive change, but most importantly, add value to the security program at the end of the day. Yeah. Pretty colors and nice shiny buttons are great, but it's got to add value to the security program.
No, that's a really good answer. And we've actually had a question coming from the audience here from Walt. Thanks for this, Walt. Did your approach to endpoint security change at all?
No. Well, yes, actually, but it didn't change because of the pandemic. Yeah. I started, I don't like the current sort of standard understanding of endpoint security. I think it's a failed model. It's based on the idea that there's a perimeter, and there is no perimeter. If you're in the cloud, your perimeter is just what you pretend it to be. There's no realities there. And I've learned that lesson in some very hard ways over the years. Yeah. Having a development team suddenly make the entire an application that was never meant to be public suddenly goes public because they just wanted it to be. The first thing I came to the understanding is since there's no perimeter, then in some respects the endpoint is the world, because anything's accessible from anything. And I think SolarWinds actually taught us that pretty well too. So yeah, I already started thinking how endpoint security is really not what traditionally most security shops still think it to be. Okay. And anybody who's working in the cloud has already come to the right. If you haven't yet, you will at some point realize that endpoint security is not what we think it to be either. And then cloud drives another problem associated with that is the volume of data involved. So those two problems drive a solution that we started implementing a couple of years ago, which is more behavioral based, in looking at not just focusing on IOCs and known threats, but focusing in on the actual behavior of the infrastructure, what it's doing, what it shouldn't be doing, and how different changes and focuses are coming about. What are we missing? Where are the spots that we just don't have enough insight into what's happening? Sure. That's a great solution, except the volume of data is ridiculous. USCIS generates 8 terabytes of log data in a single day. Nobody can go through that. So, the key there became automation. And we started an automation program within my SOC 4 years ago now, actually. Now we lead the Center of Excellence for DHS in SOC automation, but we started automating as many as we discovered, something that we wanted to either track, follow, be alerted about, or know about. We automated it and then moved on. The idea being behind it that I no longer wanted people staring at screens waiting for an alert. What I want is the automation to tell me something's happening, actually fix it if it can, and if it can't, at least interject and get somebody there to fix it. I want my SOC now focused on threats. I want them actively focused on threat hunting. I want to free them up. I refer to this as sort of curiosity security. In other words, I don't want my SOC analysts busy closing tickets. I want them freed up so they can be curious about what's going on in the enterprise. And it's been very effective. And so my approach to endpoint security has really changed to more of a threat hunting attack mode, where I want to make sure I know the knowns. I'm pretty good at that, actually. We're really quite good at that. Yeah. What I don't know is what I don't know. And that worries me. And so I want my really, 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 really smart people with enough free time on their hands to just go and ask, hey, what is that? That's really weird. And let them go explore. And that's really what it's turned into.
Sure, that's really good. And then with my next question, it's about IT security and how it's one of the most rapidly changing ecosystems within any enterprise or government. And after getting some answers from previous questions, it's clear to see that you work at speed and your team work at speed and quite fluid. But with that, how do you kind of stay on top of those constant changes and advancements in technology within the enterprise and the space and all the threats? How do you kind of constantly analyze that?
Well, there's a couple of different ways we've gone about doing it.
Mm.
Obviously, you hire very smart people.
Yeah.
Best thing you can do as a leader is hire people who are smarter than you, and I've done that
Yeah.
very, very, very well. I have an amazing security team, and they are just not only they stuck with me through thick and thin, and just been amazing what they do. They're very bright in the field, and they're curious, just as curious as I am about things, and so they're always looking for change and looking. They've really adapted to that.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. But I think the real thing for us is we started, and we're actually doing it right now. We're adapting the program to begin matching how the environments operate. So I've broken my security division down into three essential pieces. There's risk governance, and there's SOC, and there's security operations. That's all there is. Within those two main primary divisions are all of your sort of primary functions within the organization for security. What that does, though, is the simplification of how that operates is important because it frees it up. But I think the most important thing that I've really tried to do recently, especially, is drive a lot of feedback loops and that kind of ongoing gut check, or sort of that balance and check. Because what I've seen is too many stovepipe systems. You always talk about stovepipe systems. You also have stovepipe organizations, and security shops are no different. There are lots of security programs where the risk managers have nothing to do with the SOC and have nothing to do with the security engineering guys. That to me is obtuse, because I guarantee you they're seeing the enterprise from a very different perspective. So driving that feedback, that consistent, constant feedback, is critical. So in risk operations, they own pen testing, but the SOC operation guys own blue teaming. So those two functions are sort of that balance and check, because I want to make sure that as they're seeing things, they're feeding that back into the risk managers, and as the risk managers seeing things that the operations guys are going to be interested in, they're getting that as well, and doing either automation or alerting or just fixing it. So it's that check and balance, that making sure things stay fluid but connected, and that's been the challenge, and it's still the challenge. Technology helps. Like I said, SOC automation and security automation across the board is critical. I think then the final piece that we've really driven hard is a change to the ISO program. ISOs are our standard in federal IT, have been defined since, probably since George Washington days, I think. But if you look at the job description that everybody uses, it's like circa 1949 or something like that. And honestly, and I say this with respect, because there's value in how they do their work, but they really were just people chasing paper. They were the form checkers. These were the people that said, "Oh, did you do this? Yep, check. Oh, did you do this? Yep, check." And checkbox security is, well, not security. So about 3 years ago, I challenged my team that ISOs are great, but I never wanted to see that job description again. If our environment is so specialized, why wouldn't our security professionals who are overseeing it be specialized as well? So we started specializing our ISOs. Actually require, if you're an ISO and you have responsibility for a development, a brand new development program that's, like say LS is one of our biggest applications. It does all of our naturalizations, a very large, very complex system. And all you can do is fill out a security plan. Yeah, that's not going to work. You better have development experience. You better have cloud certs. You are on your own right, a very talented professional. You just happen to be an ISO too, because it's great that they can check a box, but I could probably train my dog to do that. I need them to actually tell me when things are wrong. If they're seeing things in the development pipeline because they were a developer or they understand coding, I want them to be able to look at it and go, you know what, something's wrong with this. It meets the checkbox, but that doesn't mean it's secure.
Sure. That's really interesting. And then we've obviously covered quite a lot on the agile and fluid side of things and acting at speed. How difficult is it to do that? Working in government, which is traditionally, and this is probably from the outside looking in, quite bureaucratic, slow to move and things like that. Is it difficult to kind of get those methodologies in and working how they should be?
Oh yeah. Federal government, moves at speed of molasses at times. One of the things I always will say is, I want my security program to move and scale at the speed of cloud. And that, if you understand the cloud technology, you understand what that means. How quickly cloud can scale up and out. And that's what the security program has to be able to do just as equally. It has to match the velocity of the enterprise. Yes, very, very challenging. That's where the whole DevSecOps concept came in, because they thought, if we just embed security into that, it'll be all good. Yeah. Well, so what? You stick an ISO in the development team, and they have no idea what they're looking at. They don't know what code is. They wouldn't know if code came up and bit them. So that didn't help. So what we had to do is develop those relationships between the organizations within IT as well as the business partners, because they're equally a part of this as well. USCIS also had a unique advantage of being a fee-funded organization. We don't operate exactly like most federal agencies. We have, I'm not going to say we're loosey-goosey. We're not. We have all the regular federal regulations and requirements, but even the way we budget and the way we do things is more sort of like a business. So we already had a business model within USCIS, just culturally, that we operate slightly different, and it gave us a lot of legs up and advantages over others. Where a lot of federal agencies have to budget 18 months in advance, we literally we do budgeting like most households would do budgeting, because we are constantly taking in funds. So, we're able to kind of adapt and change and pivot when we need to, just even on the funding front. Yeah. So, until pandemics hit. So, all these things kind of came together and kind of made for a perfect storm for USCIS. And the last thing was, we had, if you're familiar with Mark Schwartz was our CIO for quite a long time. He was our cloud champion. He came into government from Silicon Valley with the one thing he wanted to deploy: an agile platform, an agile program to cloud, and be the first in government to do it. And he was very successful. But what you may have not realized is he spent the first 3 years literally just driving the organization, the IT organization, towards agile thinking, because for so long we were in that bureaucratic mindset. Yeah. And once that shift happened, I don't even know when it happened, but just suddenly one day, literally the IT operations just went, what? Yeah, we can pivot and do that. Oh, we can change that. And that's no problem. That's not a big deal. It literally, that mindset change, and the way we think about problems, the way we adapt to problems is different. And it's an organizational thing. I don't think there's a one bullet solution that just fixes it. Yeah. What I do know, and what I will tell you, is critical to making that change as a champion and someone who just drives it for everything it's worth. Yeah. Mark did that, and he just stuck to his guns. And if you came into his office and you looked, and anything looked or smelled like waterfall, or anything that looked or smelled like the way he didn't want to do business, you were going to know about it. And whatever it was, I can guarantee you, it was defunded. And he threw all of his leadership weight behind those efforts, and it worked. I'm sure if he was on this call, he would tell you a lot of headaches and a lot of suffering and yelling and screaming and gnashing of teeth and tears and oh my goodness, you're taking away all of my waterfall capabilities. But at the same time, that leadership drive was so important in the agency. Yeah. And once that started, it kind of took on a life of its own.
Sure. No, that's a really, really good answer. And then just quickly to finish, you've got 1 or 2 minutes left here, and it's my final question to you. And I want to kind of bring it back to our overall digital transformation, or kind of any kind of transformation. What in your opinion is, the critical thing that leaders must get right in order for a, successful, smooth, efficient transformation?
Well, actually, what I am going to say is there should never be successful, smooth transformations.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
And I'm going to say that because I have yet to see any organization whose goals, objectives, and missions are static.
Sure.
They may remain relatively static, but they're not static.
Yeah.
It's why small T transformation is so important. I think that if you're gonna take on true digital transformation in the sense that I'm talking about, these kind of small, very quick starts, sprint-oriented, agile-oriented projects, and like USCIS has, I don't know, 3,500 developers running around, and we have an insane number of developers. That tells you how much digital transformation we're doing. We actually speak of things in teams of developers. That's how we talk about it. So I think if I was going to answer the question, what I would tell you is, one, there is no one right answer for any organization. It's cultural, it's organizational, and it's mission-based. But the first thing you have to accept is you have to accept change, and you have to adapt. And that's like the hallmark of digital transformation.
Yeah.
The ability to take on a very small chunk of the problem, recognizing that doesn't solve the whole problem. It only solves a very small piece of it, and then incrementally working your way there is so critical to the thinking of how you get there. There's always this temptation that you want to take on everything and fix the world.
Yeah.
The digital mindset, the digital transformation mindset, is really more about what's that minimal viable product I need today.
Sure.
Tomorrow, I'll do the next minimal viable product.
Yeah.
That kind of incremental thinking is critical, and it's what's makes you successful, and ensures it ensures at the end you're actually achieving the objectives of the agency, because it's more of a real-time kind of gut check almost every day. Are we still heading in the right direction? Are we still doing it the right way? Oh no, we gotta change a little bit. We gotta change directory. Oh, that's not how we want to do it yet. We want to pivot this way a little bit. We want to use Teams now versus Slack, or we want to. It's that ability to adjust, and I think that flexibility is critical to success.
Yeah, that's a really good answer, Shane, and that's all we've got time for. Real insightful chat, and some fantastic answers there, and great way to start the day. So thanks so much, Shane, for
Thank you
joining
very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Yeah, no, thank you, and hopefully we'll meet beyond the screen at a future event date. So
yeah, hopefully in London next time.
Yeah, we'll get you over here.
Please. All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Cheers. Thank you, Shane. So that was Shane Barney, Chief Information Security Officer for the US Citizenship and Immigration Services. A big thank you to him for joining and for that opening chat. A really good way to start the day. We're now going to be joined by Shankar Rachakonda. He is CEO from Radiant Digital, and he's part of the sponsorship for the event. It's a pleasure to be working with Radiant and Shankar again, joining the event. As mentioned in those welcome notes, we had Shankar present with us in Washington, DC back in 2019, where we were allowed to shake hands and talk to one another in person, not be behind this screen. Shankar today is going to be presenting on the tactical view of digital transformation, strategic and tactical enablers for achieving digital transformation. And if you miss my welcome notes, Radiant specializes in delivering technology solutions driven by proven methodologies to help their customers navigate the journey to the digital enterprise. So I can see Shankar is waiting in the wings there with us. Shankar, if you want to navigate to the top right hand side and enable your camera and microphone, it's top right, not to the left hand side there. So if you can just switch that camera icon on, and hopefully you'll be through with us in a few moments. Just bear with us while we get Shankar through so he can get onto the presentation. I can see him coming through now. Shankar, good morning and welcome. It's good to have you with us. Good to see you as well. How's things with you this morning?
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Looks like we got this conference off to a good start.
Yeah,
so, I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah,
we're talking about, Radiant and, as well as, what we have as our topic as the enablers for digital transformation.
Definitely. Right? Definitely. And I think Shane covered quite a lot there in terms of their approach. It was great to hear some of their insights and ideas around their kind of rapidly changing ecosystem and what digital transformation means to them. So I'm very much looking forward now to your presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to you for the presentation now, and hopefully you've got the slides all there, good to go. And I'm going to switch off, and then I'll come back at the end for a few moments if we've got time for some Q&A. But we can catch up then, Shankar.
No, that sounds great. Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly budgeting some time for Q&A. Hopefully, the audience will have some questions here. Okay.
Well, I'll catch you later.
Yeah. So with that, first of all, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you who've joined this virtual conference. Feels a little different. I mean, normally this would have been a live event, in a nice big hotel or something where we would have had an opportunity to shake hands. But the way things are today, unfortunately, we have to do this virtually. I sure hope that, this virtual experience of doing a conference will be appreciated by everybody. But given the current situation of the pandemic, all of us are trying to do the best that we can, right? But once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. I think today's conference is really laser focused on digital transformation, federal government, and my keynote today will actually focus on again achieving a digital transformation with a particular focus on the federal government, but also we'll talk through a few strategic and tactical enablers. Right? With that, let's see. So a little bit about Radiant, as Chris elegantly pointed out. We are a company that supports digital transformation efforts in various enterprises, be it commercial or federal. And the way, of course, we do it is through a combination of having the workforce that can support such transformation efforts, and people being the asset. We are very blessed to have a very strong group of consultants who help us navigate these digital transformation waters, and then get our customers to the destination, right? And all of this is again backed by a set of very repeatable and transparent processes. Of course, there are certifications, but then you also have SDLC processes and a bunch of other process-oriented artifacts that help us do this. But more importantly, we have had some proven success with the customers by bringing in some proven methodologies. And by way of what we do, we support both federal and commercial customers. And from that standpoint, we have a unique viewpoint into as to how federal customers look at things versus how commercial customers look at things, right? I mean, the points of view don't always match. And that's a good thing, because what it then allows us to do is cross-pollinate ideas, between the federal customers and the commercial customers. Lately, especially the federal government has been on the front end of a lot of IT transformation, some great initiatives going on. If anybody is keeping track of what the federal government is doing these days, in some pockets of federal government, the level of excellence is far beyond what even commercial enterprises have achieved, especially with respect to application development and other specific areas. But then again, on the commercial side, there's a lot of excitement all the time. So new technology is constantly utilized, for various different reasons. So end of the day, what we enjoy doing is bringing both the schools of thought together for the benefit of our customers. So let's start with what's going on here today, right? With this focus on digital transformation. Let's start with the definition. I mean, there are multiple definitions, but oftentimes, we use digital transformation as a very effective process of using digital technologies, to create new processes and experiences, to meet changing requirements, in this case, of the citizens, right? Because the focus of the government is service to citizens, whereas the commercial enterprise focuses on other drivers, as we will see later. But then what's going on today, in our opinion, and this is somewhat of a provocative statement, and the concept of digital transformation, while it's being discussed in various quarters, it hasn't caught the attention of the government's ears yet. And, there are multiple reasons for that, right? Again, as Scott pointed out previously, in his presentation, in the fireside chat, the government moves at a different pace. It looks at things very differently. It is not exactly a business driver, right? It's not about profitability. It's about something, that has to fit into an agenda, again, and there should be a key driver for that. So for that reason, that could explain some as to what's going on. And then there is also sometimes a mistaken belief that just because digital transformation has got to do with effective use of technology, it's all about using emerging technology. then that doesn't help either in terms of advancing the agenda. But more importantly, what appears to be a very valid reason, though, is the federal government has really devoted itself to the concept of enterprise architecture and IT investment management. For a period of time, since 2000, the government has made, there's a lot of regulatory framework behind it, going back to President Bush and even before then to the Clinton administration, by way of Paperwork Reduction Act, and then the President's Management Agenda, lately with VITARA. So EA has become a fairly significant component of a CIO's thinking, and that again going hand in hand with IT investment management, with CPIC processes, the capital planning and investment control processes. All of these are very rigorous. Somewhere in there, this whole concept of digital transformation doesn't necessarily register, and that's quite understandable. Now, that being said, though, there is no question that digital transformation is here to stay. It is happening, it's ongoing, and that's a big focus in the commercial sector. Because if you look at any commercial company enterprise, they all take pride in the fact that they have launched a digital transformation initiative or some digital transformation initiatives, and they are explained in terms of how they have changed their business model, their profitability, much to the benefit of their investors, their shareholders, and more importantly, the customers as well, right? But then, that being said, again, coming back to the government arena, part of what happens again is with all this EA and IT investment management, digital transformation becomes one more thing to worry about. And sometimes, it sounds complex and confusing and appears challenging to implement, right? But then today, when we look at the current pandemic situation, for the federal government also, this COVID-19 has highlighted the importance of transformation. Whether we like it or not, a lot of things have happened. The federal government, was thinking in terms of a remote workforce, but for the past 1 year has to largely rely on a remote workforce. And in a matter of, few weeks, they managed to stand up an environment within which, workers were able to, get their job done, right? So what does this mean then? It means that, for the right drivers, for the right reasons, it can catch the attention of the right people. And that's what we'll talk about, right? But in doing so, something that I want to also mention is, this is not about hype, right? We got to be able to resist hype and focus more on outcomes. And today, as we talk more about this later, we will see the enablers that make this to be very outcome driven. Now, I will also observe that, as much as I said that, the federal government is not exactly, on the forefront of a digital transformation agenda, there's a lot of digital stuff going on today. There is no question. There's a digital this, digital that. You have, a digital services division of the federal government, a lot of digital initiatives, but many of them are seen as a part of IT modernization initiatives where typically they tend to solve point problems. What we would like to really articulate as a hypothesis is you need to take a more expansive view of transformation, especially from the standpoint of digital transformation, and think in terms of something that really creates value. And the question comes up, what does value mean, right? How do you define that? So these become the key questions, right? With that said, now let's kind of, again, take a step back in terms of, what's the noise, why does anybody even have to worry about digital transformation? As we said, the bunch of drivers that drive it. We just talked about, the pandemic. Whether we liked it or not, the pandemic caused a significant shift in thinking. But beyond that, when you think in terms of the federal government, oftentimes transformation is necessitated by change in regulation, which happens constantly in the government, right? Policy changes. Something, that, our political leaders envision in terms of something good for the citizens. The ACA is a big regulatory pressure that caused a whole host of things to change, right? And then there is also a desire to provide more efficient service to the citizens because, many times, when services are broken, political leaders do listen, somebody complains, and things have to change. We have seen this with the case of Veterans Administration. What was considered to be a broken agency suddenly got its feet up, and it's now going through a significant modernization effort oriented towards serving our veterans better. That's a great thing. And something else that the federal government focuses on is, of course, resilience and cybersecurity. And today, in this current threat environment, that becomes even more important. Now, as opposed to this, when you look at a commercial enterprise, it's a more straightforward story, right? It's about, making money. Because a commercial enterprise cannot thrive unless, it makes profit or it has access to abundance of cash, through various capital raising ventures or whatever. And then there's always a drive to reduce cost because, there's this desire to increase shareholder value that causes that. But many times, something that the commercial enterprises have realized is for them to be able to be in business, for them to be able to make money, especially, they got to cater to the customer and customer experience becomes important. But same thing, when we apply it to the federal government, we say that, the citizen experience has to become important, right? So, but then all of them, again, be it federal or commercial drivers are oriented towards one fundamental concept, which is all of universal needs, which are we got to do things fast, better. We have to address people's needs. We need to improve processes. We need new technology. More importantly, we want to be innovative and we want to be on the bleeding edge, right? So with this in mindset, something that we're also postulating today is that is as much as you have this regulatory pressures, something that's going on is emerging technology is also becoming a significant driver for digital transformation. Now, we did say that technology is being utilized, but in a different way, emerging technology is coming in. But now the mindset has to change because what we don't need is mindless modernization, right? Just because your technology, you don't want to resort to an exercise where you say, you know what, I'm going to modernize something. That's counterproductive. What you want to be able to do is see this as a continuum, wherein whatever happens for a greater good, which sounds very daunting and complex. But when we think in terms of a set of enablers, it starts becoming more easy. So let's first start with, the problem with digital transformation. We said, hey, it can be complex and confusing. Does it have to be? Well, it doesn't have to be. If we were to use enterprise architecture as an enabler, that's the fundamental postulate that we want to present today, right? A strategic view. Get your priorities right. Use EA as a vehicle or a framework for you to be able to establish your priorities. In doing so, you have a very well-established methodology. In fact, I will talk a bit more about this by way of as to how EA is going to assist you in establishing priorities. But then it's just not about defining priorities in projects. It's about doing that something that produces value. From our perspective, value is driven by what is found to be useful by the end user. There is always the cost considerations, so on and so forth. Now, one great thing that the federal government is blessed with is they don't necessarily think only in terms of cost, right? The government thinks in terms of doing something right. So when we say we want to do something right, we want to focus on citizen experience, and then that becomes an enabler because it helps you clarify, what you need to do, and then helps you prioritize, your projects better, furthermore, right? And then, what we say is user experience now, right? Going from customer experience, which is more about clarifying more and more about what does the customer need, to going to user experience is also, it touches upon what does the user need, but also how to do it so that the experience is enhanced, so that it is very easy to use, adaptable, right? From that standpoint, when you bring that as an enabler, it helps you clarify concepts, your proposals, and results in some very concrete work products. But most importantly, none of this can work without a change management agenda. The biggest technology initiatives have failed because they haven't been communicated properly, or somebody hasn't really thought about the value and then haven't necessarily focused on it. But even if they didn't communicate it very well. So This presentation is all about talking through these 4 enablers. I mean, if everybody gets this and if they know what we're talking about, we can stop the presentation right here. But then there is more to come, right? So as we move forward, now let's talk in terms of EA. Enterprise architecture, again, as I noted before, has been a very significant driver in the federal government. CIOs are required to, have an EA maturity model, frameworks. They're supposed to do EA compliance, alignment, and then there is a OMB FEA PMO that's plays oversight. There's a lot that the CIO worries about in terms of enterprise architecture. But the beauty of enterprise architecture is it becomes the medium through which the mission or the business can communicate to IT if used effectively, right? It communicates the vision, translates them into very concrete blueprints that can be implemented, and then allows you to talk in terms of a common language wherein priorities are well understood. And the key elements of EA, from the standpoint of what needs to be utilized even for digital transformation, would be a framework. And a whole set of frameworks available. A framework can be utilized very, very rigorously to produce a lot, or it can even be used very simply to clarify a few things, and you will see that. And then you can arrive at a reference model, which becomes the guidance framework for you to do what you need to do in terms of your technologies, your implementation, your processes, so that it literally results in a checklist. And then what you need is governance, because things are never static; they change. So you got to be able to update your reference models with the right kind of changes and be able to govern them in such a way that things are done consistently, right? So as we continue to think about EA becoming an enabler, a very simple way to look at this is just to set your priorities, right? You can think in terms of a framework-based analysis. Now, there are a lot of frameworks out there. This is what's Zachman-esque, as we call it. Zachman is, a celebrity in the EA community, and he came up with this whole notion of framework-based thinking and a schema. And you can define your own schema. And what I'm showing here is merely an artifact. I mean, this is not God's truth by any means, right? You are welcome to define your schema in terms of, your drivers and components. In this case, we think in terms of a strategy component, a process component, and a platform component. And, we say, hey, well, now how do I look at the enterprise and say, what elements of the enterprise should I look at? I simply put business, data, application, technology. Somebody else can put something else. Now, what it allows you now to do, is now to think in terms of each cell that results in the schema, think in terms of what's important. From a business strategy perspective, we got to be compliant. From a regulatory perspective, E is a driver. E is a priority. Now, what does that result in terms of, a series of initiatives or projects? We want to be data-driven, or we want to be mobile first, or we want to be cloud first. These are strategy precepts, right? And they're identifiable. You list them out, right? From a process standpoint, you can say, what enhances my process? I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road and UX and CX come in. But you say, what? For me to be, again, this is where we bring in that CX framework all the time, or the CX-based thinking. You want to say, what? I want to enhance my customer experience, or I want to streamline operations, or I need a data ops framework for me to make sure that my users can understand how data is propagating through my system. Process automation. I want cloud native development. See, what's happening here is now we have a very systematic way of thinking through. This makes the problem less complex, right? And as we continue, now then comes the aspect of a reference model, right? Again, this is a very simple reference model. You are welcome to define your own reference model. Within the year practice, the government itself, as a part of the FIAF, a framework, and as to what, the OMB uses as a FIA PMO, you have reference models, which talk in terms of a performance reference model, a business reference model, application reference model, data reference model, and a technology reference model. They have a purpose. Now, again, in terms of digital transformation, we would like to think in terms of a reference model, because something else I forgot mentioning is enterprise architecture provides you the benefit of what's called as defining the scope of a problem. Enterprise doesn't have to be this big blue ocean that you're trying to boil. It doesn't have to be. What Zachman says is you can define the scope of the enterprise. So in this case, what we say is digital transformation becomes my scope. That's the scope within which I want to do things. You can consistently apply, and then it becomes a part of EA work that you're trying to do. Next thing you know, it's a part of your agenda. Now you're able to execute to it. So the reference model that we like to propose, and that's how we think today, and that's how we do business, is think in terms of three major buckets in terms of digital transformation: IT transformation, application transformation, and workforce transformation. For us, IT transformation means enabling a data-driven enterprise and a cloud-enabled enterprise. That's one way to look at it. Application transformation, where you are producing compelling software, something that is highly useful, highly purposeful, something that is being done quickly. This is where terms like modernization and so on and so forth come in, right? And then workforce transformation, where what we're doing is, more in terms of assisting the worker or the workforce become more efficient. That in itself results in a whole host of initiatives. End of the day, you can go from left to right or right to left, and you can end up with a series of initiatives. So you could marry this reference model with any other existing reference models, and you can still end up with something that will then help you think in terms of project portfolios, right? You could then list out your projects. Again, this is only an example and an artifact, which allows you to think in terms of various initiatives, right? Case in point, workforce transformation. I need to modernize my contact center because we need to be more efficient, right? And then as we move along in terms of these artifacts, the other area that you then need to focus on is, hey, I have all these projects that I need to get done. Then what do I need as a competency profile or as a management process? In this EA-based thinking within this reference model, now you can create your reference model in terms of driving competencies and methodologies and processes that you need. Something that I would like to draw your attention to is a very solid management framework in terms of a scaled agile process, something that that makes sense to you. Also backed by a very strong set of people, but then you have various processes and competencies that you can baseline as being needed for you to be successful. At this point in time, you set the table right by way of getting your digital transformation agenda executed. Now, where do we go next? Right? This is where now the rubber meets the road. What we're postulating is you become more tactical. You want to focus on the whole concept of CX, UX, and change management. These become the other enablers, especially customer experience. The whole idea, again, from a federal government standpoint, is to provide a very holistic experience to a citizen where, a citizen feels very close to the agency and is influenced by what's coming in and feels has a sense of belonging to the agency, right? So it helps you, when you think in that framework, it helps you define objectives as to what needs to get done. User experience. We have become believers in CX and UX because what we have seen today in terms of our own journey, as I talk through a couple of projects, is how powerful these have become by way of making projects more purposeful and meaningful, especially with user experience. When you're focused on utilizing digital technology effectively, it allows you to understand what exactly needs to be done. It has become a true requirements driver. But then more importantly, there is change management so that whatever technology you're producing is adopted effectively by the users, right? As we move along, now we can again go back to the framework-based thinking to say, well, if we say CX, UX, and CM, so what am I supposed to do with it? You can define your drivers and goals. You can then again use a Zachman-esque framework to say, I want to produce for IT transformation the right data, the right platform, the right journeys from an application perspective. From a CM standpoint, I want to force, higher adoption of applications, become metrics driven. From a UX perspective, for workforce, provide a highly efficient interface. You start seeing these priorities emerging, they become your guiding principles, which will then allow you to execute a process which necessarily produces some very solid applications, right? Let's start with CX. Some of you know this, but I will tell you, there is one thing that we want to say today is the value that we are finding in using these enablers to produce great applications and getting done projects in such a way that to produce value. With CX, especially, you're focused on empathizing with a customer or a citizen's journey in terms of what they want. So a lot of steps to it. There is a user discovery step, and you can do journey mapping. You think in terms of personas, but end of the day, it's all about understanding what the customer wants and defining specific needs, right? So you want to be able to draw a problem cleanly and clearly, right? Oftentimes that is done through journey maps. When we look at this again, this is produced by, it's a federal government artifact, the source being digital.gov. As you map the journey, it's quite apparent as to what the user's pain points are, what the user wants, needs, right? What they're performing, and then where the potential opportunities are for improvement. At this point in time, now you're able to use technology effectively, not mindlessly. It results in a set of, key priorities that are focused on getting the job done for the user, for the citizen, right? Now, coming to UX, once the needs are defined, now how do you produce a highly efficient and high-performant, interface, which is what the user uses, right, to interact with the system? So this is where there's a lot of an exploration through ideation and prototyping, and you could use storytelling as a technique, and a lot of questions about how might we, right? And what results here as a artifact would be solid wireframes, right? Extremely well-defined, wireframes with focus on various concepts, guided navigation, if it is necessary. How does the user navigate? Information architecture, where to look, placement of, your various, widgets to be used by the customer. Now, all of this is not being done in a vacuum, right? You're constantly interacting with the user, getting the feeling, getting to understand what exactly they want. In our experience, user experience, when UX, when melded with the standard development processes, has become a powerful vehicle to produce some very compelling experiences or applications, right? So, again, once we go through this UX process, it's all about doing some usability testing, using research-backed methods to understand what the user thinks and feels about the interface, and modifying it if necessary, implementing, your ideas, which then gets us to the most important concept, that this is not a one-way, a water flow type of approach, waterfall type of an approach, but more of a iterative process wherein you're constantly doing this. Now, the challenge is, how do you meld this into your lifecycle development processes? This is where, with Agile, Scaled Agile, and various, approaches, you're finding those opportunities to continuously engage the user and use CX and UX as a vehicle to produce great applications, to digitally transform the enterprise, right? And the underlying principle through this iterative exercise is governance. And, that's something that I assume, most of you know, but making sure that, you're making the right decisions for the right reasons constantly, not having any knee-jerk reactions. And then comes the most difficult part, managing change. So when we think through this, right, the only way change can happen is through communication, effective communication. And from that standpoint, when digital transformation is seen as a big change enabler in an enterprise, the only way it can get done is through effective communication. And from our standpoint, we have been highlighting this a lot. There is no question that digital transformation or any transformation effect, when effectively communicated, results in greater user adoption, executive buy-in, and generally, also results in a great feedback from the users, so that you feel purposeful and you feel value-driven. Now, how do we do it? What we are promoting, as a true enabler is digital communication. Lately, this has become a very powerful technique. There are multiple methods to do it, but the whole concept of digital storytelling, which is in one way focused on communicating to the user what is going on, working with the users again to get them to tell you what's going on through digital storytelling techniques, clarifying concepts. Especially for executives, this becomes a great tool for them to understand what's going on. And for the users also, it becomes a great adoption engine. And we have seen this being very successful. And we have seen that wherever we use these kind of digital communication methods, we've been able to communicate the business value very effectively. Now, I'll quickly go through about three use cases of projects where we've been able to show that these concepts have heavily benefited the outcome. The first one is a workforce transformation case study where the focus was on producing something for a contact center where the users are using very archaic technology. But our goals from while doing the CX studies and all, it became quite apparent that from an executive perspective, it is about reducing the cost of the backends. And from an executive standpoint, they also want the users to not to feel way too emotionally attached with legacy systems, right? And the users themselves want to hide complexity. But big picture, you want to change a culture wherein you feel like, no, I can't change my applications because somehow I'm married to them, right? So end of the day, what was the key driver for this was efficiency and consistency. What takes 30 days to get done should be done in 30 minutes. And consistently, without any errors, right? Case in point here is about 110 plus legacy systems, multiple UI technologies, more than 10,000 users spread over 100 different countries. Now, with multiple stacks of network technology, you can see what kind of a beast this is. And this did not happen overnight. It still goes on. It's been going on for more than 3 years now. And the way we could get this done is, again, using CX and UX, especially UX as a powerful vehicle, by engaging users to produce a unified user interface framework, which then allowed us to constantly work with the user interface, to meet the user needs, and key things being guided navigation, reducing the cognitive load on the user so that they can easily understand what needs to be done, and also promote their engagement, with respect to their work through game-based mechanics and so on and so forth. And the outcome was phenomenal. The task time was reduced by 60%. What happens to be these chair swivels where the users have to go through multiple applications, they were reduced by 80%. Far less, clicks, and then more importantly, the UI footprint reduced significantly, right? And then from the standpoint of the business executive, lots of hours saved, lots of money saved, right? The other example we want to talk in terms of IT transformation is development of a customer data platform. Now, you have data sitting all over in all kinds of puddles. And then when the customer realizes that data is really more valuable than money sometimes because it allows you to make money, you need customer insights. There is this big driver to have a customer data platform. But in doing so, you understand initial drivers, which about platform stabilization, right? With focus on highly performing infrastructure, solid data engineering, security, role-based access, and from a process perspective, DevOps and DataOps. And what we produced, again, by understanding in this case, the CX manifests a little differently, and the UX is actually also manifested through the notion that the users, as much as data is sitting there, they want to understand the motion of the data. The big aha is you say, you know what, we need data ops. That's good enough, right? Because now the users have visibility into what exactly is going on. They have a highly scalable platform. It's modernized, and it enables multiple applications wherein the applications, which are the window for the users to use the data through which they have visibility into how data is being managed, how it's being improved for quality, how it's being staged. All of it is visually available to you. And then that enhances, again, the customer experience. And the last example that I want to bring up is the case where, this is more of a backend modernization with what is seen as a trouble ticketing system, which serves multiple applications, right? And then as the number of applications increases, performance becomes a more bottleneck. So this is a slightly different kind of a problem. There is a different facet to this in terms of something which is more user-focused, where the user uses the interfaces, but you have a large application which is monolithic and it is really suffering from a performance perspective. Now, what you had accomplished is high performance and also decoupling of the system so that changes can be done more frequently. So in this case, what we focused on is API enablement and publishing of APIs. And that became the project that was necessary, again, based on the customer needs and a user experience, wherein, user doesn't have to wait for 50 years to get their changes. Because now it is decoupled, you're able to publish APIs and they're able to, they're being utilized effectively. And similarly, performance improvements through effective caching and streaming techniques and deployment through, virtualization and Kubernetes-based techniques, right? And then refactoring the application architecture with microservices now becomes a big driver as well. So with those three use cases, now at this point in time, of course, the outcomes were fantastic, especially the API management was greatly appreciated, right? And then from a process perspective, there's both DevSecOps, DataOps are enabled, microservices are being, produced and orchestrated, and the system becomes very efficient in terms of handling large volumes of messages and highly, performant in terms of, request response models. Now, with that said, I would like to now put in, plug in for small businesses. Well, what I refer to as growing businesses. Radiant is one of them. What I want to point out is within the right context, within the right framework, nobody should be surprised that small businesses can think big and produce the right results. Okay, because I think the benefit that you have is with small businesses is they're less bureaucratic. You can always think out of the mainstream, less constraints. It allows small businesses to focus on the user more because you see that as being a value in response to your client needs. And then the ability to build great teams, right? So end of the day, I would like to say without any doubt that, small businesses can enable digital transformation and should be afforded the right opportunity, especially by the federal government. With that, I would like to thank you all. And Chris, back to you.
Thank you so much, Shankar. A great presentation there. You managed to cover off an awful lot in a short amount of time. So well done for that, and for covering the landscape pretty efficiently and very well there. So thank you so much for that presentation. Really nice.
Yeah.
One of the slides that resonated most was somewhere in the middle, the slide that said about digital transformation is enabled by effective communication. Now, love that slide and love that sentiment. It's something we hear so much of at this event series, and so much of the private sector kind of echo that sentiment as well. What I want to put to you is how difficult has kind of effective communication been over the last 12 months, kind of given the restrictions and barriers that have been put up in every sense of the word?
Well, I mean, needless to say, the inability to shake hands and meet people in person has been a big damper. Mm-hmm. But this is where I think the digital communication aspect has really become a powerful technique. Good news, is with technology, we are still able to perform what we need to do. Today morning, I was reading an article where somebody asked a rhetorical question. Had this pandemic happened 20 years ago, where would we be? Yeah. We would be in hell. Yeah. Right? Today, what we're blessed with is great connectivity, ability to, the world has become smaller. And against that backdrop, we're still able to do things. Mm-hmm. And this is where the digital communication techniques become a powerful tool to keep everybody abreast of what's going on, Chris. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah. That's a good answer. We've had a question come in from the audience here, from Jimmy. So thank you to Jimmy for this. You mentioned in case study 1, the project has been going on for 3 years. Can you please explain if you are recognizing incremental measured value on an ongoing basis?
Absolutely. Yeah. That is the trick, right? The increase, measuring value over increments, and increments in this case being various portfolios, right? Mm. And each portfolio has a different characteristic when you do this, because when you think in terms of a large telecom enterprise, it has multiple portfolios, including provisioning, engineering, planning, and so on and so forth. Mm. You address each one of them, and you address different geographical regions, regionally, nationally, internationally. So in each area, now you establish those performance measures, metrics, and you report them continuously. And that's what actually keeps the project going. I mean, unless you show that you're producing business value, somebody is going to say, you know what, enough is enough. There's a distraction.
Yeah, no, that's good. And
right?
then with the kind of again, a lot of focus kind of on the pandemic here. How have your kind of clients' needs changed throughout the pandemic? Have you seen a big shift towards bigger problem areas, or are we kind of looking at the same things we were looking at pre-pandemic?
Well, the pandemic has placed a very interesting challenge, right? On one end, I think initially because of this shift to a full online culture, work from home culture, there was definitely a noticeable slowdown. But then once we got past it, there are new ideas. Many of the ideas are now focused on dealing with the pandemic.
Yeah.
And during the pandemic, many of the initiatives now are again focused on cybersecurity because of the current threat environment, more online selling because customers have become habituated more with online selling, right? So these have become big drivers, and especially in the technology sector, they have kept things very interesting. So we continue to keep busy, although we certainly are hoping for this pandemic to go away and, with the full-blown activity coming back, hopefully at the end of the spring here.
Yeah.
Right.
And then lastly, with digital transformation, obviously there are many elements of what makes for successful digital transformation. And I kind of closed off with this question as well with Shane earlier. And I just wanted to kind of gather from all the leaders that we have here today and kind of get an idea of what everyone thinks is the most crucial element to kind of successful transformation. And I just wanted to hear from you on that point of view, where you think the biggest enabler was for digital transformation, bar kind of effective communication as covered.
I think what really drives makes digital transformation worthwhile, because you asked the question what makes it successful. What makes it successful is producing this business value on a continuous ongoing basis.
Yeah. Business
value defined both by qualitative and quantitative factors, right? So an understanding of that in the front end, through analysis, again, using enterprise architecture, again, as a vehicle to clarify some of those things, becomes critically important. Wherever you can show something is faster, better, cheaper. I mean, it sounds very cliched. End of the day, that's common sense, right? And that's what we need to get to. Make it more intuitive, more easy, right? Make things, very simple, reduce complexity. So these are the key questions that we need to focus on to make digital transformation successful.
Sure. And then finally, just one more quick one as well. What would you say to any organization or agency that were looking at partnering with an organization like yourselves, and why should they kind of be working with organizations like Radiant Digital? Well,
simply because we get it, right? See, what I postulated today is, it is not technology for technology's sake. It's about technology producing business value. And I think, from our standpoint, I'm proud to say as a business, we have built a business around this message. We are structured that way. So when a federal government customer looks at, a potential partner to enable digital transformation, they need to look at all these facets. Beyond saying, are they technically competent? Do they understand how to enhance a great customer experience or produce great customer experience, use the right tools, be able to communicate? You want that whole package, and that is the key, right? And that's what we would like to really encourage the CIOs to think through, that they build all these concepts into their procurement processes, so that they end up getting really a true solution that is adopted by the users, not a solution that sits and gets mothballed.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, Shankar, that's all we've got time for. Thank you again so much for joining, for your brilliant keynote presentation there. As mentioned, you covered a lot of ground there in a short space of time, and also for the Q&A session, some good insights offered there. You're obviously headline sponsor of this event. You supported us back in 2019, in person, and obviously through today in this online format. So it's brilliant to have you back with us. There'll be some resources shared on the conference page for getting in touch with Radiant Digital and Shankar's team as well. So do look at that. But thanks again, Shankar. A real pleasure to have you with us today.
No, it's my pleasure. I really enjoyed talking through this, and would be happy to support any questions that may come later.
Yeah.
And then provide any clarifications, Chris. And yep, I hope that the rest of the sessions will be very successful, and the users find the people find them to be very useful. Okay.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Shankar. Brilliant to have you with us. So that was Shankar Rajakonda, CEO of Radiant Digital. As mentioned, Radiant Digital are our headline sponsors for today. So a big thank you to Shankar for joining and for his piece there. Next up, we're going to be joined by Scott Simpson, who is Digital Transformation Lead and Innovation Coach within the US Department of Homeland Security. I caught up with Scott earlier this week, and we've actually recorded the fireside chat, the interview, where we explored digital transformation and innovation within the DHS, and more prominently, the Procurement Innovation Lab. Procurement, something that's coming up a few times today. So there won't be any Q&A with this talk, but you can reach out to Scott on LinkedIn. He's indicated he's happy for that to happen for any follow-up or for any further conversations. So I'm now going to play that earlier recorded piece. I caught up with Scott on Tuesday this week, where we had that chat. So I'm going to play that now. Thank you.
So welcome to another fireside chat. This time we are joined by Scott Simpson, who is Digital Transformation Lead at DHS. Welcome, Scott. It's good to have you with us. A real pleasure to be having this discussion with you today, where we're going to explore the ins and outs of the Procurement Innovation Lab and a few other various things. Welcome, Scott.
Thanks very much for having me, Chris.
That's great. So I guess a great point to start in these discussions is kind of fill in the audience perhaps about your background, your current role, and a little bit more about what that is about, if that's okay with you.
Yeah. So my name is Scott Simpson. I'm the Digital Transformation Lead at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Procurement Innovation Lab. I have a law degree from American University in Washington, D.C., and I hold a federal certificate in the digital services after graduating from the DITAP program in 2020. And in June, I'm completing my Scrum Master training. I came to the Pill about 2 years ago after serving over 10 years as an operational contracting officer with DHS headquarters procurement. And about 7 of those 10 years were spent supporting various IT missions, including cloud, data center, cyber, pretty much everything in between. And with the Pill, I wear a few different hats. My primary role is as an innovation coach, supporting procurement teams across the department, including at all of our 11 components, such as FEMA, Secret Service, Customs and Border Protection. And then my second role, and the one that I'm really passionate about, is as the product owner for the Artificial Intelligence for Past Performance project.
Nice. And we're going to be covering off quite a few of those things as well in this chat. We're going to be primarily talking about the Pill, the Procurement Innovation Lab, and then a bit later on we'll touch on that artificial intelligence for past performance project as well. Some very interesting things you're doing. But first off, if it's okay with you, it'd be great if you could just maybe tell us a little bit more about the Procurement Innovation Lab and what purpose the lab serves.
The DHS Procurement Innovation Lab was stood up in fiscal year 2015 by our DHS Chief Procurement Officer, Soraya Correa. And the Pill is a virtual lab that gives acquisition professionals a safe space to test new ideas. So we engage with teams directly, those in the front lines of acquisitions, because the Pill is not a policy shop and we're not a tiger team. So we don't do any of the work for these teams. We just coach them on how to do it, because we subscribe to the philosophy that if you give someone a fish, they eat for a day. But if you teach them to fish, well, they'll innovate for life. And when we engage with the teams, we view the concept of new ideas very broadly. So if the team hasn't tried an innovation before, then that's new to them, and we'll support them as they test it. because we want to support these teams so that we make a better way to perform procurements for DHS. And our goals in the pill are to lower entry barriers, therefore allowing more small businesses and new entrants to compete, to shorten the time to award, allowing us to meet mission needs quicker, to encourage competition, because when we have competition, we get a better result and we save the taxpayer money, and to increase the likelihood of a successful outcome, because DHS has a very important mission to protect the homeland, and that's a mission that we can't allow to fail. When we begin coaching teams, we start at the beginning of the US Federal Acquisition Regulations, which include an oft unread section, which is 1.102, and that section actually encourages innovation. And it states that when the FAR is silent, contracting officers should actually take the lead to innovate and develop local adaptations. So all of the techniques that we teach are in full compliance with our regulations and don't need any special authorities, although we do with those as well. But we believe that our federal acquisition regulations were meant to be flexible, and they shouldn't be used so formally and rigidly every procurement. Through our efforts over the last 6 years, about 35% of the DHS acquisition workforce is now using innovative techniques, which that's a good start. And so now our focus turns to the other 65%. And that brings us to the second part of the pill. The first part of the pill is testing, and the second part is sharing. So if our teams just tested new ideas and the information stayed siloed within them or within the pill, then we wouldn't be doing any good. We wouldn't be making that change. So instead we share, and we share as much and as widely as possible. Just about every month, we have a pill webinar where a team comes in who tested and they share their story with members of the DHS acquisition workforce. And these are 90-minute webinars, and we try to make them fun. And we average about 300 or 400 attendees. And all of our webinars include actual samples that the attendees can take with them to do their next procurement. We also share by publishing. We put out an annual yearbook that talks about everything we're trying. We post samples on an open website called the Periodic Table of Acquisition Innovations. And we're always looking for new ways to share. And so we're currently trying to think about how can we engage in micro trainings, maybe like a 5 or 10 minute kind of podcast where we talk directly with people about, one part of a larger issue. Now that's a little bit of what the pill does.
Nice. And when was the pill set up, Scott?
It's 6 years old now. It was set up in 2015, and we've coached to date over 100 teams.
That's amazing. And then with that, the reasons that were set out to set it up 6 years ago, are those still kind of those basic fundamentals that work for you right now, and have they evolved from when it was set up?
Yeah, those main ideas that we talked about, like lowering entry barriers, increasing competition, those are all our core principles. And those 4 things have stayed through with us. And the pill does a lot of different things, but our focus is always on the team. The team always comes first because our job is procurement. And so we might dabble in this and that, but the teams are always first for us. And those 4 goals and guiding principles, those have stayed true.
That's good. And then you say it provides a safe space. Can you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah. And so, the Procurement Innovation Lab is a lab, but we provide this safe space for people to test. And so they come in and they test an idea. And their idea doesn't have to be, big. It can be small, like, hey, I just want to award this faster. I did this 5 years ago, and it took me a year to award it. How do we do this faster? And so we give them some ideas and some techniques to do that faster. We share, stories that we've done. We share stories that other teams have done. We give them samples. We give them all kinds of support. We are a coach, and so we're always there teaching them new tools, providing them new tools, looking at documents. And the best thing about that is that safe space, right? And so if they're successful, which luckily most of the time they are, that success belongs to the team and to the component. But if they step into the pill and they fail, that's okay. That's on us. That's on the coach. That's on the Procurement Innovation Lab. That's on Soraya Correa. We take the hit. But they still come into the pill and they tested something, and they had that courage to do something new. And so a few years ago, one of our first ones was called Flexible Agile Solutions for the Homeland, FLASH. And they wanted to purchase agile support that would provide digital IT services to the whole department. And they were looking at, okay, well, we want to see how they actually do. So we're going to give them an all-day agile challenge to see, like, hey, let's see you code some stuff, right? And because of various things, it didn't work. And so, the Chief Procurement Officer, Soraya Correa, came out and said, I'm taking this one. This one's on me. We tried something new. We learned a lot of things, and we're going to take those lessons learned and we're going to apply them to everything, but it's on me. And so the pill provides that safe space to test things without the fear of, oh man, my career is gone after this.
Yeah, no, that's really good. And obviously that then, fosters a culture of innovation, which is ultimately very hard to achieve, but it's a great kind of space to do that and encourage that. So that's great. And kind of moving on to the digital transformation element and digital transformation in itself, or digital innovation. A lot of that is about moving away from legacy, from outdated systems, and not just systems, kind of outdated thinking as well, so legacy mindsets. Is this a case in the work you're doing, and are you kind of trying to move away from that legacy mindset and move away from those legacy systems? And is the pill kind of going about that as well?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of our big things, is cultural change, right? For years and years, people have treated, most procurements as this complicated source selection with rigid rules and a lot of formal steps. And we believe that way of thinking is outdated. And we're trying to show people that the federal acquisition regulations actually offer a lot of flexibility. And our biggest hurdle is not actually convincing people that the FAR allows the innovation. It's convincing them that doing it a different way is safe and effective. Because someone can read the FAR and agree that, yeah, during oral presentations, dialogue among the parties is permitted. But then they turn around and say, well, that dialogue may be allowed, but that's risky, right? I'm going to get a protest. We're going to misunderstand something. We're accidentally going to go into discussions. So breaking down those cultural dispositions against innovations, that's where we come back to sharing. I can share with them my experiences and other teams, right? I can give them the case law from the Government Accountability Office. Now, that's a good first step, but a lot of times they're still going to fall back and rely on their 10 or 20 years of experience that they've had to keep them safe. So if I change the equation just a little bit and they hear it directly from another team, especially from a team at their component, so if they're a FEMA team, they hear from a FEMA team, that's when the cultural barriers start to break down, that peer-to-peer sharing. And it's why at the Pill we're focused on creating an innovation community. So one way that we share and create community is through our Pill Bootcamp. And the bootcamp used to be an all-day event, but it's changed a little bit during the pandemic to take place during a half day. It's 4 hours of intense training. And during the bootcamp, we teach 10 of our most popular innovation techniques, like oral presentations, product demonstrations, down select. But we're also trying to teach just innovation, like get people to think about, hey, I've been doing it all these years. Why have I been doing it like that? And so another way where we're creating that innovation community is with the micro-credential program called the Pill DigiBadge. And so anyone who attends one of our Pill boot camps earns the first level Pill DigiBadge and becomes an innovation practitioner. And we encourage people to put that into their email signature block to show other people that they're part of the innovation community, with the hope that it spurs a conversation about ways that they can change the culture and use innovation to streamline procurement. And acquisition professionals have the opportunity to earn the next level of those DigiBadge and become an innovation coach or an innovation master. But that innovation community is really how we're going to get away from the culture that keeps us from taking those steps forward and changing those outdated ideas.
Of course. And then you kind of touched on the format having to change slightly due to COVID. And obviously that's the case for, all organizations, all, federal agencies as well. But just how much has kind of COVID had an impact on innovation? Has it stifled innovation? Has it, further accelerated certain innovation? We're looking at kind of like communication and things like that. How have you kind of found that during the pandemic in terms of, we've gone on the days of the war of that innovation during the pandemic?
Yeah, I think that the pandemic definitely spurred innovation. When we were at the start of the pandemic, we'd been testing some of these ideas like, can you do a virtual oral presentation? We didn't know. And then, as soon as the pandemic hit, we had teams that were getting ready to do oral presentations, and they came to us that first week or two and said, well, what are we going to do? And we said, well, we got to pivot. We're going to iterate, right? We're going to change. We're going to be agile and flexible, and we're just going to run with it. And those teams really set the stage for everything that we did the next year. And right in that first month, the PIL went ahead and we wrote a whole bunch of things to show best practices for things that they could do. And we were innovating and leading that whole time. So I think the pandemic really did spur innovation and helped us to move forward, which is probably the way innovation has been going on forever, right?
Definitely. That's really interesting. It's always interesting to kind of explore the different viewpoints. Obviously, along this event series, we've spoken to many people, and everyone has kind of that different idea on whether it's accelerated innovation in some areas or kind of, stalled it to a certain degree in an area. So it's good to hear that you're able to put that kind of positive spin on it, and of course to see that innovation accelerate, which is brilliant. Now I want to go back to the start where we discussed the Procurement Innovation Lab, and you mentioned that part of the job of the PIL is to ensure that you're taking best practices from industry. So I just wanted to kind of explore that a little bit, and how do you ensure that you're doing this, and how do you implement such practice?
Yeah. And so as I mentioned, we are the Procurement Innovation Lab, and we take that lab part of our name very seriously. And so we've talked about how we test and we share new ideas, but part of being a lab also means collecting data and to measure whether and to what effect those new ideas are having an impact. So at the end of every PIL project, we collect data by interviewing everyone who participated in the PIL project. Now, some people would interview, the acquisition professionals, the contracting officer, or the contract specialist, maybe the evaluation team or the attorney or the policy advisors. But we don't just stop there. We also interview all of the vendors that submitted proposals, and we ask them what they thought of the innovations and of the whole process. And that data is like the linchpin to what we're doing. And I'll give you an example of how it impacts what we're doing. So a few years ago, we were testing a new idea called a paperless proposal. And so instead of writing up 50 or 100 pages, it was all done either via video or audio. And so when we were testing this in the first phase, we asked vendors to submit just a short video response to some questions we gave them. And it was super easy for our technical evaluators. They could watch the short video, they could rewatch it if they needed to, and then they could evaluate. And so the government teams really liked it. But what we found out from industry was that the approach was actually really expensive for them because it takes a lot of money to practice, to film and record even just that short video. So, and this was pre-pandemic. I don't know what it costs now, right?
Yeah.
But we took that feedback and we tried the approach again. And this time we had instructions that explicitly said, we're not looking for anything production quality. We just want something like a cell phone or a Zoom recording, and we're not going to evaluate that production quality.
Mm-hmm.
But we noticed that only a few vendors followed those instructions. And so when we asked why, industry told us, well, their companies were sort of uncomfortable putting out low quality video because they thought it could reflect poorly on their reputation.
Mm.
And so they're still spending more money than we'd hoped and increasing costs instead of decreasing. We talk about lowering entry barriers. Well, that's cost, right? We don't want to increase proposal costs. We want to decrease them. Now, the problem that we're having is that the government teams really like this approach because it's so easy for them to evaluate. And so we keep trying to iterate on it. And we have two variations that we're using right now. The first is a brief phone call or a video call, just like we're having, where the firm provides just a short oral presentation, which could be recorded and then rewatched if needed. And the second is where the vendor submits a PowerPoint presentation, which has the option to do a voiceover on it. And so it's sort of like a paperless proposal. And the data from these two tests are still being collected, but we're hopeful that we can find this happy medium and not increase entry barriers too much. But that shows just one way that we're incorporating feedback directly from industry. After every pill procurement, we talk to them. And another way is by speaking with vendors kind of ad hoc to get their ideas, to think about what they think we should be testing, what's one of the barriers that they would like us to lower. And then finally, a best practice, we incorporate agile practices into everything that we do at the Pill, especially with the Pill team and the Pill culture. We're flexible. We don't take up a lot of time with meetings and reports and that kind of thing. When we're working with teams, our main touch point is a 15-minute bi-weekly sprint chat. And we find out what they've accomplished in the last 2 weeks, what are their goals for the next 2 weeks, and if they have any challenges or blockers that they'd like to talk about. And then if we need more time on a topic, then we'll schedule a jam session. All of those things are things that we got from Agile best practices, right? We review documents iteratively. We don't wait until the end for them to have the whole document ready and then submit it to the formal review chain and the Pill gets on there. By that time, they've invested so much work and so many other people have looked at it, you can't make changes. So give me the document as soon as you've got a first draft ready. I'll put my comments in there. You can learn from them. You can accept the ones you want. You can not accept the ones you don't like. We can have that conversation. And then it keeps building, it keeps moving, right? So all of those are ways that we're incorporating best practices from industry into our daily work, and we get more every day.
That's really interesting. And with those kind of the approach to Agile, how long have you been doing that?
Oh, the 15-minute bi-weekly sprint chats, that was from day one almost.
Day one, okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like an ingrained portion of our culture there. And we've got a lot of acquisition workforce members that take that back now, and they do that with their teams. And so you can see the culture slowly starting to change there.
Yeah, that's really good and impressive that it's kind of been running for that length of time and since kind of inception as well. That's really good. And then longer term, how's the Pill going to kind of impact how DHS buy goods and services, and what does the future of procurement look like in a sense with that?
Yeah, I think that the future of procurement is going to look a lot different than what it is today. When you think about applying innovative techniques to the way that people procure support, we're talking about streamlining the process. And so we're working with different groups on process improvements and looking at, can we take something that's been done the same way for years and years and streamline it, even if it's not procurement, but it sort of touches procurement. So can we help with the onboarding process to get people through their background investigations faster? Can we streamline the authority to operate for your ATO on a major system that you're implementing? The other way that we're helping to streamline and change culture still is to incorporate emerging technology into the acquisition process. So you look at the Department of Defense, right? Last year, a team used a bot to automate what's called the responsibility determination. They took several hours of work and they turned it into one person sending an email that is replied to by a bot with your completed report attached. So they cut out all that work. You just have to send an email now. We look at the General Service Administration. They created a bot to auto-populate contract modifications for new executive orders, and they save days of work. So I think that these technologies have the potential to drastically change how we purchase goods and services across the government and really push us into the 21st century, catching us up with the digital firm of your choice like Amazon or whatever else. But whenever we're thinking about how to best apply these emerging technologies, we need to make sure that we have a few things in mind. The first is we always want to ensure that we're augmenting human decision and not taking that decision-making power away, right? We don't want bots and artificial intelligence to decide like who wins a contract or who's terminated or what past performance rating a vendor gets, right? Because that's a function of an authorized contracting officer. What I want to do instead is create more time for that acquisition professional, because it's no secret the acquisition workforce is just overwhelmed with work. And giving them time back in their day means that they can have a meaningful conversation with a customer about what they want to buy and why they need it, right? Understanding those root causes. It means they can have a critical thinking discussion with a colleague on something like an innovation technique, like, hey, I'm going to work on this, but I'm a little fearful. How do I do it right? So this results in better support to the customer. The other thing that I always think we need to focus on is discussing when we're talking about emerging technology is how that doesn't stay siloed with one agency. You know, I talked about DoD and their responsibility bot, or GSA with their auto modification bot, right? We want those to be created once for everyone, right? So that I don't have to do a DHS, a responsibility bot, and everything else because people have already done it, right? I want to go on to the next thing. And finally, at the end of the day, when we're talking about that, that transformation, we want to be able to show that the customers and the taxpayers are seeing the benefit for the money that we're spending on these tools. Can I show and measure that it's resulting in a faster procurement? Does it increase the likelihood of success or decrease protest? Those are the things we need to measure to really begin to engage with the full possibility of emerging technology and helping the way that we procure things from the 20th century and moving it into the 21st century.
Sure. So it's about getting that perfect balance as well between, the technology and also the human approach. Too often we see kind of in the private sector that race to get all the technology and automation and forgetting about that that human approach and how important that human decision making is. And yes, that has to kind of be data driven and informed using the technology. But I think too often we kind of read and see about organizations that are rushing to automate entirely full process and things like that. So it's good to see that balance on that. So that's excellent. And then at the start again, you mentioned you're the proud kind of product owner for the artificial intelligence for past performance project. So wanted to touch on that because obviously that is something you're doing, and as you said, you're really happy in that role. So can you tell us a bit more about that and also the impact that it's had?
Yeah, this is one I'm really excited about. So I'll give you some background. We have a system in the government called the Contractor Performance Assessment Reporting System. And it contains all of the records of contractor past performance for vendors that have had a federal contract. And so it has just a wealth of data. It is our big data. It has over 1 million past performance evaluations for hundreds of thousands of vendors. But the problem is that it's hard to access because it's again rooted in that like late 2000s, early 2001 kind of technology, right? And so, think about if I'm buying cybersecurity, and in particular, maybe I'm buying like penetration testing, I might have 5 quotes from, large, well-known companies and small boutique cyber firms. And each of those companies might have hundreds of records that I have to wade through to try to find penetration testing, when a lot of them are for, general IT work or general cybersecurity, and I can't find the one I need for penetration testing. So how long is it going to take me or another acquisition professional to wade through all of those to find the ones that are relevant just to what I'm buying? So a few years ago, our frontline users came to us and they said it was a problem, and industry agreed. And so when those two come together that, hey, there's a problem here. So we talked about a lot of smart people, and we decided that this might be a place to use artificial intelligence to help us determine what was relevant. So in phase one, we gave 9 vendors 1,500 records from just DHS. And in phase two, we partnered with 9 other federal agencies to give them 50,000 records from across that government. And that's important because, again, we're trying to design once for everyone. And so if the system was just trained on DHS data, then the first time someone from Department of Commerce or Department of Justice tried to run a search, it wouldn't work as well and people wouldn't want to use it. So with that cross-agency collaboration, we're building something for everyone. Now, when we engaged with the 9 vendors in the first phase, we wanted to have a few guiding principles from Agile again, and the big one was user-centered design, because the users are the ones who are going to have to use it. So we didn't want to waste all this time and money only to find out that, hey, this doesn't answer the problem that the users thought it was going to, or, hey, the users just don't want to use this, right? So during the course of our 4-month prototype phase last year, the 9 vendors engaged with hundreds of users from across the federal government, not just DHS, to engage in design thinking sessions, brainstorming sessions, user feedback sessions, and demonstrations. Now, another concept that we really want to focus on when we're doing the CPARS for AI project is what we call explainability. And Webster's or Oxford doesn't have it yet, but they soon will. And what we mean by explainability is the ability to explain the results in a way that a user is going to understand. For instance, during a traditional past performance evaluation, a contracting officer usually performs an analysis to determine whether something is relevant. Again, like, is it cybersecurity? Is it IT? Or is it penetration testing? So we wanted the artificial intelligence to have that same standards. So when they run a search results in our AI platforms, each of the prototypes is required to explain in a little hover box or something else why a particular past performance report was suggested as relevant for the solicitation. Last September, we started phase 2 of the project. We're taking 5 of the solutions and we're going to refine them into fully fledged software as a solutions to pilot in sometime early 2022.
Right.
And our vision for this in the future is one where the government served as an incubator for industry, where we have a new commercial marketplace now, where any federal agency can purchase one of these reports or subscribe, and that way they can get access to it themselves. But we're not just going to stop there. We're going to continue to push the envelope to find out what else can artificial intelligence help us with past performance. Can it help us to input the CPARS evaluations? A problem that we've heard anecdotally is that a lot of agencies have many satisfactories, and when you read the text of the satisfactory, it's actually pretty good. And you wonder, well, why did it get a satisfactory? So we're asking questions like, can natural language processing and sentiment analysis look at that statement and say, recommend, okay, well, this meets, exceptional, not just satisfactory. Can it identify that mismatch? Or, the past performance system has, like I said, over 1 million records. Could I tap into those records to start with market research? And could I search to see who's performed penetration testing in the past before I even release the solicitation? So in phase 2 and beyond, we're going to keep, looking into those questions and finding answers with both our vendors and with our acquisition workforce users.
Nice. Sounds like a great project, and it's also great to kind of see that cross agency collaboration as well. When we held this event in pre-pandemic, we had this event in Washington DC where we brought together, a cross-pollination of those working in and around digital transformation, and just seeing the ideas bounce around the room in terms of what everyone was doing. It was great to see. So good to see that collaboration is at the forefront of that project. So good stuff. And then finally, bringing it all back to digital transformation, just wanted to kind of round off and get your opinion on how important is digital transformation right now, for government agencies, especially in such a time where we're looking to recover in many ways from the damage that the pandemic has caused.
Yeah, digital transformation, I think, is the only thing that we ought to be talking about for the next 10 years, because it's that important. When we think about the way that we procure goods and services for the government, so much of that hasn't even changed in I don't know how long. We still perform market research by releasing an RFI, a request for information, and then maybe if we have time, we call vendors or do an industry day. We perform past performance by waiting until the very end of a project and then trying to remember all of the good things and bad things that happened, and then decide whether the vendor was exceptional or very good or satisfactory. Like, it's no wonder that we don't get this right. So all around us, like we look at the way that we buy books or clothes or groceries, it's changing, right? The way that we go on dates and choose restaurants or buy movie tickets, all of that's changing. But the federal government still does all of those things the old-fashioned way, except with going on dates, maybe. They don't do that so much, right? And so we need to transform all of that to catch up with the way that our citizens expect us to do business. And there's going to be bumps along the road because there's a lot of moving pieces to it, right? It's not just about technology. It's about the people, too. How do we change that cultural resistance to change? And so I think in the pill, we're sort of the advanced vanguard for that cultural change. We're starting with something small, like how do you evaluate a solicitation? And as we get people used to that, we're going to slowly add in, a responsibility bot, a bot to automate a modification, and it's going to start picking up steam. And it's not going to be a light switch moment. It's not going to be, we're in the 20th century, we're in the 21st. There's going to be that time, right? And that's the way that the government needs to do business, because we need to ensure the DHS mission comes first, protecting the homeland. And our digital transformation, therefore, needs to be measured and deliberate to ensure that mission is always being met. But I think that all across the government, including DHS, you can see the wheels beginning to turn. And so I'm really hopeful that we're at the start of the government's digital transformation and that we're coming into the 21st century.
Perfect. That's great, Scott. And thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. And of course, we could continue talking for some good more time, but that's all we've got today. As it's been, a real pleasure to kind of explore those ideas, hear more on the pill, how you're innovating, that work on the AI for past performance project as well. So an abundance of information there, of which I really appreciate you sharing. So thanks so much.
Thanks so much for having me, Chris. Really a pleasure to talk to you.
So that was Scott Simpson joining us, Digital Transformation Lead at the DHS. Really informative chat about the Procurement Innovation Lab that I had earlier this week. So I do thank Scott for that. If you have tuned in and watching that, Scott, thanks again. Real informative conversation, of which we really appreciate. So thanks for doing that. And we're now going into a session break. We'll be back at 11:45, so in just over 15 minutes time. We're going to be joined by Bethany Blakey, who's Director of Innovation Adoption at the GSA. Bethany is going to be presenting on modernization. What does that even mean? So really looking forward to Bethany joining us in that session as well. We will be hearing from Scott Corey, who's the CIO of the ACL that sits within HHS, Department of Human and Health Services, and Sid Sinha, who is Director of Enterprise Architecture from the IRS, and he's going to be presenting on digitalization. So we're really looking forward to those three upcoming pieces. after the break. So grab a coffee and see you back here in just over 15 minutes time, where we'll be getting back on with Bethany. Thanks so much. Okay, welcome back. I hope you've managed to grab yourself a coffee and are suitably refreshed as we move into the next session. And the second session of today's Federal Digital Transformation Online session. We've had a brilliant first session. A big thanks to Shane, Shankar and Scott for setting the scene and for offering some brilliant insights within those discussions and the presentation from Shankar there as well. So thank you to those. Within this session, we have Bethany Blakey, Director of Innovation Adoption from the GSA, presenting on modernisation. We have Scott Corey, who is CIO of the ACL, that's within the HHS, and that's for a fireside chat. And we have Sid Sinha, who's Director of Enterprise Architecture from the IRS, presenting on digitalisation. And first up, we're going to be going over to Bethany Blakey. I know Bethany is with us backstage there. Bethany, at this point, if you are able to, if you can switch cam mic on and we can get the session underway. We had Bethany join us in DC back in 2019, where Bethany hosted what was a brilliant and engaging workshop, which our delegates, I know, were thrilled with. So it's a real pleasure having Bethany back with us and presenting today. I can see that you've now joined, and a warm welcome to you. Hope you're well this morning.
I am. Thank you very much, Chris. Good to be back.
Good to have you with us. Good to be back. And although it's not in the kind of the desired format behind a screen, it's the next best thing and the safest thing right now. But as discussed the other day, we're making the right steps towards our freedom and gatherings such as, you know, conferences and things like that.
That is right. I will say I miss the opportunity to be in person with everyone. I remember having such a wonderful time, both during the conference and after the conference that year. But my commitment for this session this year in pandemic was to make sure to make this session as fun as it can be from a remote setting.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, as I said, it's a real pleasure to have you with us. We really do appreciate it. And of course, it's another live session that we're doing as well. So it's always nice to do it in that way. So it's good to have you with us. I'm going to hand it over to you now as well. I'm going to switch off cam mic my side. I'll be lingering in the virtual background somewhere over here in the UK. So be on hand if anything untoward does happen. Hopefully it doesn't. But I'm just going to hand it over to you and give you complete free reign and control of everything. So hopefully that's okay with you. And I'll see you shortly for the Q&A session as well afterwards.
All right. That sounds great. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Bethany Blakey, been in federal government for over 20 years and local and state government prior to that. So I am a good government girl for sure. I will also say that I am not in a technical space. I don't have a technical background, but I am with the Technology Transformation Services. There are lots of things that kind of provide a nice warm hug around all things IT, and that's really helping to make the modernization projects go forward, because they all end up impacting and leveraging the people. And so that's the part of the business that I am in. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and skip ahead. I have lots of fun slides for you, but I must, of course, start with the obligatory explanation of where I come from. And this is kind of a plain language shortened version of the mission statements for the GSA, for Technology Transformation Service and Centers of Excellence. And you can see I highlighted that term modernization in our Centers of Excellence mission statement. We accelerate IT modernization to improve the public's experience. And I can't tell you how many times I have conversations with folks, or even overhear conversations about modernization. What does that mean? What is that? Aren't we modern already? Oh my gosh, we're never going to be modern. Have we even defined what modern means? So I thought it might be fun today to actually just do a little navel gazing, go a little conceptual, and think a little more deeply about what that really means to us, and hopefully turn it into some good principles and reference points that you can use going forward when you have similar conversations about the work that you do every day. So it's a short workshop today, and I do mean workshop. I'm strongly encouraging folks to jump into the chat many times throughout this half hour or so. But there are only two things I really want you to get out of this, and it's the ability to define and relate modernization in ways that are non-technical. And yes, I'm doing the air quotes thing because I see that all the time. And sometimes it's out of skepticism. Sometimes it's out of people wanting to have deep thoughts about it. But I'm hoping by the end of the session, we can take the air quotes away from that. And objective number 2 is to really understand at least 3 ways to frame your modernization efforts. And again, a way that's a little bit more creative, stepping up and outside of your normal day-to-day, hopefully. In these pandemic times, you now hear the term languishing, and the productivity is up. That's great. That means we're working a lot, and we're not necessarily taking all the time we need to pause and enjoy life and indulge a little bit. So that's, again, what I want to bring you today. And I'm focused on modern art and modern architecture as a way to help relate modernization in the IT space to something that's more creative and uplifting in these pandemic times. I did not take up baking bread or knitting during the pandemic, and I didn't take up exercising either. But one thing I did take up and return to was is actually earning a certificate in world art history and pursuing some academic pursuits actually in historic architecture. Just for fun. It was truly just for fun. But what I realized during the courses that I was taking and the webinars that I was sitting in on is that there were a lot of things I was learning that related back to my work. So that is what we're going to focus on today. And here's what we'll cover. We'll define it. We'll frame it. We'll relate it again to modern art and modern architecture. And that apply piece, we actually won't have a whole lot of time to get to, but I can speak very, very briefly about the things that you can and probably should focus on when you're looking to apply what we're covering today. All right. First opportunity for chat. I'm encouraging everyone to jump in and just type in, for everyone's sake, what modernization effort are you working on right now? And unfortunately, I will not be able to see what you're chatting in. So this is one of those situations where you can, eventually I'll start talking again. You can ignore me and read the comments and react to the comments that are provided from your colleagues across government and beyond. I think it'll make for some wonderful conversation riding underneath the presentation that I'm giving today. So what are you working on? What are you modernizing? While you engage with each other, I'm going to go ahead and start into the definitions. Modernization, the noun, modernize the verb, and modern as an adjective. I know, we're going right back to school. All right, modernization, the act of modernizing. Wow, Merriam-Webster, that's really helpful. I thought you weren't supposed to use the word in the definition itself. All right, so we have some other options here. A model of progressive transition from pre-modern or traditional to a modern society, right? In our case, maybe not in the society sense, but it's about progressive transition. It's about making progress and transitioning. Key words to keep in mind, but I will also pull out that bolded word in the first definition, which perhaps was less useful, but it is the act, right? It is the act of doing something. Modernization is active. Keep that in mind as we scroll through further definitions and into the rest of the program. To modernize. All right, that's all right. Now we're getting somewhere. To adapt something to modern needs or habits. All right, which means you need to know something about what those modern needs or modern habits are. And it's about adopting modern ideas or methods. Perfect. That's in my innovation adoption space, right? Again, I'm not about the IT itself. I'm attached to the IT work that's going on with my colleagues in the COE and in our partner agencies. But it's about adapting new methods and ideas and applying those to our work. Second definition here, bolded the word using, use. There is something very, very important in modernization about focusing on use of new methods, information, technology. And I should have also probably bolded the word begin. When you're in the act of modernization and when you're modernizing, you're always at the beginning of something. At the point where that matures, you're no longer modernizing, right? Then you're in your steady state. It's just something to keep in mind that modernizing is always looking forward and beginning to take action and beginning that adoption. And last definition on the adjective, of or relating to the present or recent time. Can be very recent. All right. It is forward looking, but it is relating to, that is very important, the present or recent time. What's even more important, thank you for the Cambridge Dictionary definition, modern is about something being designed and made using those modern recent ideas and methods. So keyword design and makers. We're going to stay in this creative space for the next 20 minutes or so. I apologize for the delay. I've got a floating cursor which does its own thing until it decides it's finished. Here we go. Back into the chat. So with those definitions you have and those keywords in mind, and the last chat that you did, which was about your modernization effort, here's a little Mad Lib for you. Currently, fill in your blank here. What doesn't work well or well enough for who in your organization or those you serve? Next sentence in the Mad Lib, our modernization effort is designed to do what? So that they, meaning the for whom in that first sentence, so that they can do what? So go ahead and take a minute in the chat and really help frame your reference on the modernization effort that you're taking on. What's not working? And what do you plan to do so that someone else can do what they need to do? All right, continue on in the chat for as long as you like. I'm going to go ahead and move on to framing of modernization. And there are three key things here. Again, that was what I promised in the beginning, or hoping that you get out of this session. Framing, this really for me sets it into three elements. That modernization is both dynamic and relative. It is perspective-based, meaning the user perspective. And those in combination really lead to some key characteristics of modernization that you can use to engage in the modernization effort, measure how well you're doing, and talk about how well you're doing, and making sure you're on track. So this is where normally in a pre-pandemic session, I would go deep into things that your eyes would probably glaze over on, tools that you might take back and work with. But we would look at, all right, current state versus future state. How do we mark those things out? How do we communicate about those things? How do we define those things? All the graphic representations here really are representing a two state. Here we're moving from something to something. This is that dynamic and relative framing that we're putting on modernization. What are you moving away from, and what are you moving to? And all these there are dozens of ways that you can represent that in your modernization effort. These are great ways to communicate where you are and where you're going. Super helpful if for the change management folks who might be along the ride in that modernization effort, to help people understand what we're letting go of and what we're moving to and why. So the befores and afters, that constant state of motion, those are all on the temporal dimension, which is super important. Again, we're always at the beginning of something, and we're projecting forward in our modernization efforts. But I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about the less fun things. And we're going to look at some modern art. In order to understand the dynamic and relative state of modern IT, we'll relate it to how dynamic and relative modern art has been over time, and how modern art movements have shifted from one thing to another. So we'll show some prior to modern, which was the realist, impressionist, and post-impressionist paintings. And then we'll move into the core of some, this is not all of them, there are many more styles within the modern art world, but we'll focus on three of them: expressionist, cubist, and surrealist. And then we'll lean in a little bit to the abstract expressionist and pop art, which some people would consider part of modern. Some people would say, nope, we're actually pushing past modern at that point. So just sit back, take in some images, and as best you can, relate it to some of the modernization work that you are doing and see where you can find some parallels. So here's your before state. This is the realism, the realist art, where this was 1848 to relative to about to the 1900s. There were in Europe, there were democratic revolutions going on, and the artists were mostly painting what was real, working class, peasant life in a very realistic sense, and capturing moments that really represented the lives and lifestyles of folks who were experiencing hopefully the benefits of those democratic revolutions. There was lots of plein air, rustic painting in the landscape. Now, they were very truthful representations of life. So that's a starting point. It moved from there, not yet modern, but there was an evolution beginning here, which was the impressionist paintings. So Manet, Monet, Cassatt, Degas, Renoir, where you saw the impressionist almost taking a glimpse of that scene that a realist would have spent some time really digging in on. And an impressionist would take a glimpse of that scene and say, all right, I'm just going to paint that really from memory. I'm going to embellish it a little bit. I'm going to soften things. You can see how fuzzy all of these paintings are. So it's a reaction from that realism, because what was going on at the time was the Franco-Prussian War, unification of Germany. They were looking at, kind of a playfulness of light, where those prior paintings were a little darker, right? So we're, not as, they weren't so happy. Here we had we're going to bring a little bit of joy and light into our lives. So it was a rejection of the realism into the impressionists. And then it moved to post-impressionists, where you see some additional changes happening. It was still impressionist. They were still taking a glimpse of what reality looked like and changing that a little bit, taking it from memory. But now it's beginning to become just a little bit more abstract, a little more exaggerated, stronger definition and colors and lines. Now, we're not at modern yet, but you can start to see where we're headed into the modern art space. Wow, we've rejected that, certainly gone well beyond, we've completely rejected realism by now. It took us in phases. It took us a while to get there in phases, but this is almost a complete rejection of realism. There's no realism here. This is about what was happening in this expressionist period was actually a look inward. The artists were saying, I'm not just going to paint what exists outside in that world. I'm going to paint what I'm feeling about what's happening in the world out there. This is the scream, right? This was an internal reaction to a landscape scene. And as this man was just taking a walk, like an impressionist might be taking a walk and painting something lovely. The expressionist is like, here's the feeling that I was gathering from that moment. And the painting on the right was literally, it was a painting from a real scene in some ways, but completely imagined in a different way. This is actually the painter's son sitting at the piano. All right, now we have Cubism, further rejection of realism. Really pushing past that almost completely. We're starting to break down the lines and break down the color and deconstruct and reconstruct with odd angles and even more exaggeration than we had previously. So here you're seeing on the right, guitar, pitcher, and fruit. Not very creatively named, but this is a still life. Doesn't look like how it looked on the table, and those things may not even have been fully on the table. This is cubism, breaking things down, deconstructing and reconstructing in order to create something new. And finally, we move to surrealism. These things didn't happen. These things were absolutely positively not real. So you see a complete and entire full rejection of realism. And then we'll move into the pop art here and abstract expressionism, again, where things embracing commercialism, it's really moving past the modern in again, the way some people describe it. But how does that relate to IT? You say that's great. They were wonderful images, but the message here is, what are you rejecting and moving away from with your modernization? It's very important, particularly in the innovation adoption space, to say what you're going to stop doing, what no longer works for the organization, what no longer works in that IT space, and what you're moving to. It's really helpful in that communication to say what you're letting go of and why, because times have changed and expectations are different, and you're transitioning to something else. We're going to skip this question here. But good to know, because modernization is a constant, as you know, in the IT space. You never actually arrive there. It's dynamic. It keeps pushing forward. So I hope that you can take a little bit of modern art and other creativity to look at what was and what is, and think even more creatively about the modernization efforts that you're involved in. Quote from Vera Wang, who designs bridal gowns, and she does do some traditional, but always with a modern twist. You can do this. You do the same thing in your modernization work. Sometimes you're tossing things out entirely, and it's a complete and utter rejection of what you were doing before, and you're literally replacing it with something brand new. And sometimes you're not. You're twisting and turning something that exists that's partly functioning, but not functioning so well for yourself. But Vera Wang says, I need to understand the past more deeply and appreciate it so that they can break the rules that previously existed. Can't break the rules unless you know what the previous rules were. And it was the same with modern art. They were rejecting very specific techniques and representations in favor of something new. All right, move on to use perspectives here. And this is that perspective-based use of framing modernization. Now, again, if we were in pre-pandemic times and going deep on in a workshop zone, filling out lots of forms, would take you through all kinds of customer segmentation exercises and user personas and how you really get deep on understanding the user and where they're going and what their needs are. And that would be helpful. And hopefully we can have some more workshops on that going forward. But that's not what we're going to do today. We're going to have some fun with modern architecture and look at Art Deco, Brutalist, International Style, Mid-Century Modern, and the Prairie School, which is pretty equivalent to the Frank Lloyd Wrightism. And here we're going to focus on use. This is the Chrysler Building in New York City. You can see on the right in the black and white image in its natural landscape. Downtown New York City, that is its natural landscape, but you can see it stands out a little bit. It was designed to stand out. This was the Art Deco period. It was about glamour. It was about influence. It was about having fun. And you can see the dining room. That was to impress. That was for clients. That was for entertaining clients. That was to impress. You see the grand ballroom. You see the showroom. Yes, you can take an escalator down into the Chrysler showroom with all the new models. People always were dressed. This was Art Deco. This was Art Deco age. No one was walking around in their casual clothes. That building really reflected the lifestyle and intent that the Chrysler Corporation had at that time. Very different, but still modern, brutalist architecture. This is the Housing and Urban Development building, headquarters building in downtown DC in 7th and D. You can see that the materials are it's reinforced concrete. And that's what you see on the outside, on the exterior. You see the same on the interior. That's what brutalist architecture was all about. It was like, we're not, almost the opposite of Art Deco. Simple and plain. We're going to show you what's really there. We're not going to dress it up. There's nothing fancy here. The commonalities are open space, natural light, right? And movement, free movement throughout the building. So there's still some commonalities of what was modern and what was unique to each style within the modern architectural period. Here you have the Glass House by Phillips. This was designed for the architect himself. It was designed to feel like an outdoor pavilion in a park so that he could literally live in a park-like setting. You can see the openness and the spaciousness, the glass curtains, as they call it, curtain walls. As you can see from the design, the interior layout, they had everything you needed. All of the functionality was there. That's one of the key elements in modern design, is the functionality is incredibly important, but you strip away anything that's actually not necessary. Even in those Art Deco photos, it was glamorous and it was a little over the top, but it was spacious, it was open, and it didn't have the ornamentation that it had was very linear and geometric, very simple compared to the prior periods. Here we have the Eames house. So you know the famous Eames chairs. This was the house that Charles and Ray, a husband and wife team, designed for themselves in Pacific Palisades, California. So this mid-century modern style was very prevalent in California, although it certainly has made its way into neighborhoods all across the US and beyond. But you can see, again, the simplicity of the design, but yet it's still very, very finely designed. The use of materials inside and out, the simplicity of things, the inside out, living outdoors, but bringing the outdoors in at the same time. You can see that this was both their house and their studio. The light was super important for them. Their bookcase of library of reference materials was there. This was literally designed for how they lived and worked, and stripped down to its bare essentials. You can see how simple those stairs were. Very well designed. A lot of engineering and architecture goes into those, but simple in its materials and its design. It didn't need more than that to be functional. And here we have Falling Water, Frank Lloyd Wright. Again, it's setting into its environment. Inside out, outside in, you see the materials from the wall, that stone stacked wall carried from the outside into the inside. You see the bookcase. No, it's not a bookcase, the open shelves. Repetition of materials. You see the open space, you see the natural light, you see, again, the very simple, but very, very specifically designed staircase. So what are those common principles? There were certain things I said over and over again, right? It was designed for use, it was form over function, but they were all designed for the users that they intended to have using those buildings and the purposes. The Art Deco building for Chrysler was way different, of course, than Falling Water, but they were both designed for the specific user and use. That Falling Water was designed as a retreat for the Kaufman family, they owned a department store, the biggest department store in Pittsburgh at the time. This was their getaway. It was designed as a getaway. So for you, what are the needs that you are modernizing to, and whose needs are they? All right, we're gonna bring this home a little bit. The best rooms have something to say about the people who live in them, not by the people who designed them. So when you're designing your modernizations, you know this, right? I'm not telling you anything today that you don't already know, just hopefully doing it in a lighter, creative way. The modernizations are not about you and what the best and latest tech is. It is about the users. That is who you're designing for it. Whatever systems you're moving to really should say a lot more about what your user needs out of those systems than simply what is possible, because it's fun for technologists to pursue new technologies. It is. I work with a bunch of technologists who love it, but the best design is design that is tailored to the actual uses of the users, regardless of what in architecture or interior design, whatever, regardless of the materials. It's about use and function. Get my cursor back here and we'll bring this home. So here's the cheat sheet wrap up. Common characteristics in modern art: again, rejection of realism, abstraction, deconstruction, experimentation. Right. And then in modern architecture, again, experimentation with new materials. You had open plan, natural light, things sitting well into their environments, clean lines, minimalism, form following function. I see a lot of parallels with modern art and modern architecture and our modern digital government that so many of you are involved in creating. Here's some design principles from the design world. Here's some design principles that you are probably familiar with, or I shouldn't say design principles, but principles you're familiar with. Here are some agile principles you're probably also familiar with. But let's take it back to architecture to close this out. This is kind of an application of some broader principles that are much more applied. And this is what I would recommend. This will be the final chat as we head in, as we close this out. Here's how an architect, I'm terrible with French. I'm totally going to butcher it. Le Corbusier. I'm not going to pronounce his name properly at all. But these were his 5 primary principles that every building would have. Now, every building didn't look like this, but every building had these same 5 principles. And because that's what he dug deep and said, this is what modern living is all about. It's about having roof gardens for the environmental purposes. It's about having the free design of the facade and the glass, horizontal glass bands of windows. It was about having the first floor, whether it was a commercial building or a residential building, have kind of free open support so that the inside and outside could flow freely and it could be movable. That free plan in the interior of the first floor was always very movable and modular so that things could change and evolve over time as uses were changing and evolving over time. Or day to day, frankly, they were flexible, very flexible spaces. So my final challenge to you as we close out, I know I'm a minute over time, but what are your modernization principles? You can go super broad and borrow some very broad sweeping principles. But I recommend for each modernization, you take that broad swath of modernization principles and you apply it a little more closely so that you have some consistency, some guidelines and guide rails that you are designing to and understanding what you're rejecting and what you're moving to. Having a very clear image, just like that architect did in his 5 principles, having a very clear image of what kinds of things you are designing and what they are meant to do and why those things are important. I apologize for going over. I hope there are some questions in there. I am willing to stay on if there is anything that I can respond to.
Is that my cue to come back in, Bethany?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Chris.
Good stuff. Good stuff. No, that was really good. Got a few people thinking there, which is excellent as well. I think kind of a common theme in some of the answers that we've seen here is whether or not kind of culture and collaboration sits within IT modernization. I mean, there was a comment saying in one of the earlier questions or statements, I think culture with us as well, if that can fall into modernization with a question mark. So what's your take on that?
I believe it has to, and that's why we have the innovation adoption practice within these centers of excellence. And all of the technologists I engage with will say the tech is the easy part, right? We know how to use the toys. We know how to make that happen. It's people that are the hurdle, and it's not their fault. They're not the problem, right? It's not that it's an issue, but as we were, especially when we were looking at the modern art, I was referencing what was happening in the outside world, what was happening, moments in history, things were changing, and art was responding to that. We've got to do the same things, I think, with our IT modernizations. We've got to respond to where people are. The asterisk on that is that not everybody's in the same place at the same time. I had a colleague recently, just last week, actually say, we've been moving. I did my first cloud migration with an organization 20 years ago. Why is it that we're still doing cloud migrations, right? Well, the truth is we are, because that's where that organization is at that time. So we've got to look at those isolated cultures and adapt our modernization efforts to the culture that we're at, that environment, back to the architecture, right? Back to the environment that particular building is sitting in. What is that? What particular environment is that modernization sitting in? You've got to work within that.
Sure. And then with reference on the architecture one, with regards to Art Deco, glamorous, all out there and things, obviously that's probably comparable to organizations steaming ahead to kind of shiny new tech and bringing in, grabbing things off the hype cycle and bringing it in without understanding maybe perhaps ROI or what its actual use is, and they're doing it because the competition is doing that. Why is it, in your opinion, and this, I mean, it's quite a big question, and apologies for that, but why is it in your opinion that organizations are so focused sometimes on the shiny new tech and not actually putting things in place that are more practical and suitable for their organization?
It's a great question, and what a wonderful observation. I love that. I had not thought about that with the Art Deco. It was shiny and glamorous and meant to impress, and maybe that was why, of the periods that I talked about, of the modern styles that I talked about, Art Deco was the shortest lived.
Got it.
So don't go for the shiny. Don't go for the shiny. I mean, it happens because it is sexy and glamorous. I mean, if you do a whiz bang demo for somebody, like, oh my gosh, it's going to solve all my problems. That's amazing. Everyone's really impressed. We're going to find the money for that. Yeah, but that might not be actually, that might be overcompensating for what the need actually is and what that culture and what that environment can actually accept and actually use at that time. The Chrysler Building, it was okay for the Chrysler Building, in my opinion, because they were about money, right? They were about cars, they were about selling money, they were about selling you cars that would impress your neighbors. They were catering to a certain clientele, right? So back to that user perspective, know what clientele you are catering to. If they need whiz bang, hey, they might need whiz bang. Most of us don't.
Yeah. That's a really good answer. And then we've got time for one more very quick question here, and that's come in from Shankar. I like the way you posted modernization in a non-technical terms, but how do we make this a well-defined process for people to use?
That is a great question, and now I feel like I have homework. I need to build this out. I mean, honestly, I feel like the tools they're already there, and it's, maybe my answer is cheating a little bit. I'm not sure it is about process, right? I mean, I would recommend using the design process. I recommend bringing in folks who know design work and human-centered design work and change management work. You got to bring them into the fold in the exploratory phase, even before you decide what you're doing. Let them help you define what the problem is that you're even trying to solve in the first place. Let them help you define your users and the characteristics of your users, both now and what they anticipate those users needing, not 20 years in the future. We're obviously not designing for 20 years in the future. We're designing for now and tomorrow, meaning like next year, right? But bring in these other disciplines to help you, because the processes that they bring in are really going to help the folks in the IT space. We're still going to use Agile. I'm a huge fan. We're always going to advocate for that. It's very iterative. It's very demand based. It's very data oriented. Super useful. Very complementary to human centered design. We've got to bring these other complements into the process.
Yeah, nice, good answer. I've recently in one of these events interviewed the head of transformation at Samsung, and he reflected kind of the same. He was saying there's too much focus on 20 years ahead when, you know, the focus should be right here, right now. What technology can we use, you know, to enable the right now versus why are we so panicked about, you know, 10 years in the future. So really interesting point. And unfortunately, Bethany, that's all we've got time for today. Pleasure to have you with us. Really liked your presentation. It was nice comparisons within that. So do appreciate it. And as I've said to quite a few of the speakers today, I hope we can obviously meet in person again and kick off an event in DC in you know, not so far distant future.
I hope so. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thanks, Bethany. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yes. So that was Bethany Blakey joining us, Director of Innovation Adoption at the GSA. So I really thank Bethany for involvement there and for that presentation. Now going to be bringing in Scott Corey for a fireside chat. Scott Corey is the CIO of the ACL, which is part of the HHS. So it's going to be a real pleasure to be joined by Scott for a chat about his role and what he's doing now. So I can see Scott has very quickly come through there, and it's our second bookcase of the day. It's a great background. We already covered that in our earlier chat. So thanks for joining, Scott. Lovely to have you with us, and thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for the invitation, Chris, and I hope that folks find this an interesting and informative discussion.
Good stuff. Well, I've just popped up those slides that are going to accompany us in this chat as well. So as we move through, if you just want to navigate through those as you see fit, but I guess a great starting point here would just to be for our audience to understand who Scott Corey is and your role and your job within ACL, and perhaps if you could mention ACL's vision for elder justice as well within that remit.
So I want to take a step back and talk just for a second about what ACL's mission is. Sure. Which is to maximize the independence, well-being, and health of older adults, people with disabilities across the lifespan, and their families and caregivers. ACL is a federal agency that makes grants to organizations that provide services to make changes in the lives of people. And it's really important to try and understand that, because sometimes I think we get caught up in thinking that the changes that we make at a federal agency are about our agency. But I like to take the broad view and understand that really the changes that we're trying to make are to improve the lives of the people that we serve. Mm-hmm. And so in particular, when we're talking about elder justice, we're talking about issues of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And you'll hear me say this over and over again throughout the presentation, where people's lives are impacted by financial exploitation, by emotional and physical abuse, by other kinds of exploitation that have an impact on their health, their emotional well-being, and their financial well-being. And this is sort of the segue into what the vision for elder justice is all about. Yeah. We're working to try and create a system of supports for folks that allow them to live as comfortably and as fully as possible. And where possible, there are systems and services to prevent abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And where people experience that there are ways to be able to help them recover from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And so I asked myself the question, how does this have any impact on digital transformation? And the reality is it completely informs that need for digital transformation and how we both provide services to the people who need them, as well as how ACL as a grant-making organization organizes itself to be able to prepare for those services. It means that we have to be data-driven from the start, and we have to develop tools that everyone can use to address these issues.
So you've obviously got a very important mission statement, really, and the work you're doing is quite incredible. So it's a pleasure, really, to have you here, and we can discuss that kind of digital approach as well. And you're here to share ACL's utilization of digital technologies to design a digital product to predict adult maltreatment. Could you tell us a little bit about how that project came about and your aims within that project?
So when I was recruited for the job, there was a lot of discussion about how do we measure elder abuse? What do we do to understand the dimensions of elder abuse? How much of it? What is it? How often does it occur? Where does it occur? And literally the first day on my job, there was sitting on my chair a packet of material. It wasn't even an email. It was like literally a binder, which was an acquisition to be able to that was intended to develop a system that would collect information about elder abuse. And I dutifully read it, and I got out a red pen and I started marking it up. And pretty quickly I realized that what was being proposed, which, while good intentioned, wasn't going to really hit the mark, because it wasn't asking a fundamental question. What data is available from our partners at the state and local level to be able to document elder abuse? And I rewrote the RFP, just flat out. The first thing I did was just completely rewrite it. And in other circumstances, I might have gotten fired. But what that helped shape is a trajectory of work that I've done with the Office of Elder Justice and Adult Protective Services, and with other organizations or other parts of ACL, that tries to move data to the forefront. It really is asking the question, what data do we need in order to understand a problem and to be able to make decisions about those problems and the work that we're doing. And I think that by being data forward and making sure that the understanding of the data is informed by the stakeholders in the program, that was the first element of success in the digital transformation journey I began that first day as a CIO.
Sure.
That then led to that RFP led to the development of a system that we call NAMERS, the National Adult Maltreatment Reporting System, which reaches out to state and local adult protective service agencies, which is the primary way in which we address issues of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And it put them at the beginning of the process. We worked with, I think we worked with 40 plus states, I have the exact number, to actually understand what they're doing to collect data and to build the data that we were gonna collect in NAMERS from what they were able to provide from us.
Sure.
And as a result, and this is a voluntary system, there's no compunction for the states to contribute. The first year that we stood NAMERS up and went into production, I believe it was 54 states contributed. Now 56 states and territories contribute voluntarily every year to NAMERS, and that's significantly built our knowledge of the extent and type of abuse, neglect, and exploitation that is seen by state and local adult protective service agencies in the United States. And that ACL, Department of Justice, other federal agencies never had that view into abuse, neglect, and exploitation previously. And that was a huge step forward. We also knew that based on what the states were able to provide, we didn't have an entirely complete understanding of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. and that we were going to have to look at other sources of data to complete that vision of what might be factors that lead to abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And so after, I think we went live in 2015 or 2016, sometime around 2018, I was sitting with a group of my colleagues at a restaurant in DC, Tortilla Coast. So DC people will know what it is. It's right off of the hill. Lots of interesting things happen there. And so in a conversation, we basically said, okay, what do we do next? And that's when the concept of our project, Predicting Risk of Adult Maltreatment, came together.
Mm-hmm. And then with that, going to kind of the technology side of that, how did you, in the beginning, in your initial beginning, go about selecting the technology you wish to use for the project? You've already talked about lots of kind of collaboration and asking around, but were there any agencies who were using these technologies which inspired you to apply these techniques, and what was kind of the process there?
So I had there's a stroke of luck here, and Bethany was speaking about this earlier, and I caught the end of her presentation. I've been able, during my tenure as ACL CIO, to move ACL from a set of legacy systems to cloud-based systems. Mm-hmm. And by doing that, that created a technology space to be able to deploy a number of tools, primarily in the Microsoft Azure cloud, but potentially in other clouds as well, that would allow us to be able to store data, mm-hmm. to transform data, and then to be able to apply the appropriate kinds of tools to analyze data quickly and rapidly. Mm-hmm. So I'll argue that one of the key elements to our success is that we are a cloud-first organization, and that that in making that change, it enables projects like PRAM to take place relatively quickly, mm-hmm. and with greater effectiveness than might otherwise happen.
Of course.
So that helped a lot. Mm-hmm. The other thing to note is that we looked around at other federal agencies that were doing similar kinds of work. Mm-hmm. And we found examples in healthcare. Yeah. But we're not a healthcare agency. This isn't a healthcare issue. It's in our world, we refer to these kinds of the services that we provide as services supporting the social determinants of health. And while the worlds of healthcare and the social determinants of health sit next to each other, they don't necessarily overlap. Mm. So we didn't have examples. We didn't have models to be able to follow. And so we structured the PRAM work in a way that allowed us to consider this not just as a technology development project, but as a capability project and a research project. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, also helped this work go forward, because there are examples of how to be able to build capacity in organizations that are widely known and understood, particularly in our world of social services. There are lots of examples of how to be able to do research. What we did, and I think is part of the success of this project and part of our success in a digital transformation journey, is we merged together these three disciplines, mm-hmm. of research, of process, and technology to mm-hmm. be able to come up with a cohesive approach to be able to explore a really challenging and interesting issue. Mm-hmm. So it's I guess the piece here is two parts. One is that we had a technology platform that worked for the kind of analysis we needed to do, and that's straight up a result of choosing cloud services to be able to develop our applications and store our data. And the second is an approach that really is interdisciplinary. It's not just technologists working on this. It's a variety of folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good answer. And then with that, a question many people ask when looking at merging technologies, where do you start? And given the abundance of data needed to truly test things like predictive analytics, could you tell us a little bit more about how you collated those data sources and how you evaluated that emerging technology at the start?
So we had a really interesting process internally of asking. We've never done this before. How are we going to inform our choices? What are we going to use to be guides? And we established what we refer to as a technical experts panel, which is a group of people who are not technologists, who are not data scientists, but they are subject matter experts in child abuse, elder abuse, adult maltreatment. There are folks who work in adult protective service agencies. We have gerontologists. We have folks who specialize in law enforcement and advocates for older adults and people with disabilities. And what having that panel was able to allow us to do was in some ways equivalent to having a dissertation panel. If you're in graduate school and you're writing a dissertation, you have people who are advising you on, is this right? Is this wrong? We think you should do this differently. And by convening this panel, many of whom have deep experience in research, many of whom have deep subject matter expertise in the kinds of data that are available to document abuse, neglect, and exploitation, we were able to have them provide us a kind of discernment that allowed us to make good choices about what data we would be able to use for this and what sources of data we might be able to identify and collect. And that began with the data we had from Namers. It included additional information about community factors that might about community data that might include factors that would be risk for abuse, neglect, and exploitation. We explored initially whether or not we would be able to use data sets that would include individual information. The technical experts panel advised us against that. So we limited the world of data for PRAM to just information at the community level that might indicate changes in risk for abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And that was tremendously helpful. We also had partners in this process. Our contractor for the enterprise digital strategies and solutions contract that ACL maintains to support our technology portfolio, BCT Partners, had done work with using predictive analytics for social sciences. We have a strong relationship with Microsoft. And obviously we use Azure as our primary cloud, but we've also engaged Microsoft consistently over time to be able to explain the nature of the work that ACL does with older adults and people with disabilities, and particularly in the area of elder abuse and abuse of other vulnerable adults. And so that team was able to look at those sources of data and propose data sets that would be appropriate to use for this. And they also proposed tools that would be effective as well.
Okay, nice. And then you talked about the kind of the gathering and cleaning of the data, and that being the first two steps of a 5-step approach. Could you enlighten us on the latest stages in order to build the algorithm used for machine learning?
So don't confuse a CIO with a data scientist. So yeah. I can start this conversation, but I'll do, if people are interested, I can direct you to the work that we've done and what's hopefully it's soon to be published final report on PRAM 1. We really the simple answer is we used a multi-stage process that once we'd identified data sets, we looked at gross assessments of those data sets for accuracy and completeness of the data. We moved into tagging the data and labeling it and organizing it so that when we applied machine learning tools, it would be prepared for it. We also then used predictive scaling techniques using trained random forest algorithms. And, all of this, the detailed level of this is in our report, on our final report that's going to be available hopefully very soon. And I think it's important to know that kind of knowledge and expertise in doing data is really critical. That you want to make sure as you're beginning this kind of work that you are confident that the data is going to support predictive analytic techniques, and that in doing so, the kinds of tools, both the inherent data that you have as well as the tools you're using are not going to introduce bias in any way. There's a increasingly important conversation about how algorithmic tools can create bias in results.
Yeah.
It's important, particularly when you're dealing with people. In many cases, in communities that have existing vulnerabilities, where collection of information isn't necessarily complete, and from which, when algorithmic tools are applied, you may see bias introduced that would be genuinely harmful to those communities. This is really a critical issue. Everyone needs to be paying attention to this.
If it's okay with you, because we're coming up a bit short on time, there's a good question that's coming from the audience. So if that's all right, we'll put it to you.
Sure, that's great.
Once you, and it's going back to what was said earlier in the conversation, I think, it says, once you understood the data and data sets that you need, how did you identify emerging technologies of choice from that?
So that's when having partners who had prior experience with doing this kind of work were really, really invaluable. Both BCT Partners and Microsoft encouraged us to use a tool known as Jupyter Notebooks. I'm not the expert. They advised use of a tool known as KNIME, KNIME, which was used to be able to build and develop algorithms. They provided additional guidance and insight into the application of tools that allowed us to run different approaches and from the results review them. We consulted with our technical experts panel, which had questions about the results provided, and then they gave us guidance. We think that potentially what you've gotten is a recursive result. You need to go ahead and change this. So the the engagement broadly of the partners who were involved was really critical to be able to choose both technology tools and practices and application of those tools.
Sorry, were you finished there?
No, does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. There was a follow-up on that though, kind of moderating a secondary conversation now. What about serving data for consumption by external users, and how do you see that from a transformation perspective?
So that's a great question, and it's one that we've been grappling with since the beginning of Namers. So the Namers data, with the fourth year, we're going to start making available to interested parties. It won't be generally publicly available because there are issues with data quality and completeness that mean that it takes a relatively sophisticated analysis and approach to be able to use that data without errors and without without creating some issues.
Yeah.
so that information will be made available, I believe, within the next year. The results of our work in predicting risk of adult maltreatment are going to be available both in the form of a report. We are planning to make data sets available and tools available as well. So we will be publishing algorithms that we've used, the descriptions of data sets for others to be able to use in their own exploration of community level risk for abuse, neglect, and exploitation.
Good stuff. Well, we've got time for one more quick question here, just to wrap up very quickly here, Scott. And the question that we had talks about originally as well, and I just want to get some final thoughts on this one. Throughout the talks we've journeyed around digital transformation, and it's widely accepted as a constant journey. Do you have any plans for kind of what's next on this project, and what does that look like for you?
So there's definitely a second pram. We had an initial research question. The results of that have been reviewed and validated by our technical experts panel and by leadership at ACL and our partners at CMS, and they wish us to pursue a second set of research questions. So the answer is that this is an extension of that. The other piece that I think is really important to know on this journey is that the information that we're learning, both from PRAM, from the use of namers, is informing changes in adult protective service practice that's mediated by our Office of Elder Justice and Adult Protective Services. So in a very real sense, we're using digital transformation as a way to improve our program as well, improve the practice of adult protective services, change how technology is being used. So this is really a journey of continuous improvement, and is a kind of virtuous cycle.
Thank you, Scott. Well, we've run out of time. There was, we could talk a lot more on quite a few things there, and it's unfortunate that we have come to time, and there is more questions there. So perhaps I can connect you after the event and put those questions to you, because there's some good ones about you'd referred to overhauling legacy at the start, and there's a question about legacy modernization issues. So I'll put those to you on email or similar. But it's been a pleasure to have you with us, Scott. Beneficial conversation, and it's good to hear the work you're doing and the good work you're doing as well. It's technology for good in this instance, which is really great to see.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for joining, and I'm looking forward to seeing the questions and hopefully providing informative answers. So thanks.
Thanks, Scott. So that was Scott Corey, CIO from ACL, joining us. A great conversation there, and really interesting to hear from Scott as well. We're moving now to the last talk of this session before we have a quick break. And in this session, going to be joined by Sid Sinha, who is the Director of Enterprise Architecture from the IRS. Sid is going to be presenting on his narrative of digitalization, and we'll be joining Sid afterwards for a quick Q&A session as well. So some good questions coming in there for the last one. So as you think of questions as we move along this one, just put those in there, and hopefully I'll have a chat with Sid afterwards, and we can cover off some things. I can see you're now with us, Sid. That's great, and a warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining. It's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
Hey, Chris. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Can you hear me okay?
I certainly can. I can hear and can see you. Yeah, we're all good on the connectivity.
Great, thank you. So thank you for inviting me to speak to this conference. Thanks to the sponsors. I'm actually pretty excited. I do not know if the IRS goes out and tells its story much, so I really appreciate that opportunity. I think it's actually a great time to be in technology in the federal space. There's a lot of interesting things going on. And what's most heartening to see is the support we get from Congress in terms of sort of really making these as a priority through things such as the TMF funds and such. So I think we are witnessing something very special, right, in terms of the inflection point around modernization, a lot of digital government and citizen support, things of that nature. So, as a director of enterprise architecture, I'm very excited for the work that we are doing. I've been in the role for 7 years at the IRS, and I can tell you, not any quarter is a copy of the previous quarter. It's government. We've got to go through all the processes and things of that nature. But in terms of the mission and the challenges and the opportunities, some really great accomplishments that we've accomplished. So I was thinking about how to sort of tell the story here. And the IRS tends to be in the microscope. Public has a high demand. Congress has high expectations from what we do and what we deliver. And I can tell you, at least of last year, I think we have done amazing in terms of the global pandemic crisis. About a year back from now, we had the entire economy tank, and then in literally 3 weeks or so, when the first CARES Act was passed, we had really been able to push out economic impact payments, which is the stimulus payments, out to like 150 million payments were made, and all of that programming, all of that processes, everything was just set up in about 3 weeks and had been sent out. So before I go deeper into the digital transformation and the modernization story at the IRS, I thought it'll be useful to set a little bit of context, to kind of introduce IRS, if you will. So I'll do a little bit of a, IRS by the numbers here. Basically, we are a pretty large organization, one of the more larger ones in federal government. We have, about 80,000 employees IRS-wide. There are also some seasonal employees that come in during filing season. We have about 7,200 IT employees with a $3 billion IT budget. And then I've got some facts and figures up there. We collect $3.5 trillion in taxes. And, some people say taxes are what makes, a civilization. So clearly we collect majority of the federal budget through taxes. On any average year, we are issuing about 120 or so or more refunds, and totaling up to billions of dollars of refund money as well. The other thing that is sort of interesting is that sometimes not quite perceived, if you don't know well. We have over 10,000, actually almost 11,000 revenue officers, revenue agents. So, IRS obviously does the audit. So we are an audit company, financial auditing. We are a collection company, if you were to be a private sector equivalent. So we are doing collections, we are doing financial audits. We are also a law enforcement agency. We have over 2,000 criminal investigators that are enforcing the law, especially those that are broken with a criminal intent, right? So we partner with Federal Bureau of Investigation and other crime, criminal investigation federal agencies. And then we have over 1,400 tax attorneys. So that makes us larger than probably any average law firm that you might find. So it's a very interesting model, the business model that we are in. But at the heart of all of it is we are a service organization, and we process a lot of information, data. So data is our asset, and the support and the service we provide to taxpayers, or those who don't necessarily pay taxes but are in the ecosystem. They may be exempt or whatever, right? So providing them service, enforcing the tax law and doing it fairly across the board, that's our mission, and IT is here to support those. So that's a quick, by the numbers intro as I kind of go into what the IRS does. A couple of other things, beyond taxes, some of the things that's really starting to happen. Most recently, I would say in the last decade, is we are getting into this space where federal government and the public's relationship about in different areas, IRS is becoming the delivery point. So again, the most recent example would be the economic impact payment. It's not a tax; it's treated as, it's like a credit to your net refund. So I think it's the legal term is like credits to your taxes. But we are the federal arm that is essentially interacting with the public to make those payments. We collected your bank information, we collected, are you eligible or not? So we are providing even data services to say, okay, who's eligible, who's not, and who's qualified or not. A little bit before that, so earlier in the last decade, was the Affordable Care Act, which is where we got into the healthcare business. Not that we are doing any healthcare, but information about healthcare, reconciliation of your premium payments at the end of the year, right? Those types of business processes IRS is handling. So it really creates quite a complex business model that we are in. And some of the other things that the IRS does, we run a lot of volunteer programs, for example, to serve the underserved communities. We offer free tax assistance. We offer low-income tax clinics, then tax assistance for elderly, and so on. And one final comment would be, in times of disaster, our call centers that we run, we turn all the phone lines up to FEMA, and not just the phone lines, but the staff, right? So people are really taking calls in a disaster mode. So that's another thing that the IRS does, because we've got the infrastructure ready and can turn on a dime. So that's kind of what the IRS business model is. So I'd like to kind of go to talk a little bit about technology, right? So what's going on in technology space? Let me move my slides here to keep up. We do have what I call the quote unquote a legacy problem. A quick story, the first computers in the IRS came in 1961. And we actually still have applications, and in fact, some of our core applications that manage the individual tax account, the business tax accounts. They are close to 55 years or more. They were written originally in the 60s, 70s. At the same time, we have the most modern applications you can think of. We have bots, we have AI models running. So we have really the entire range spanning technology. The problem with some of the legacy ones are that it's running in a latest data center, it's secure, running on the most modern hardware, but the software and the data architecture is still old. So that means it's inflexible. It's difficult to make quick changes, make it agile. It doesn't lend to agile practices, things of that nature. And then, of course, with this long history of one of being the earliest computerized automated processing, in the federal government, the unfortunate consequence is that we have this really long list and accumulated legacy architecture, and also a lot of technology debt. So that's definitely weighing us down. The other thing is workforce. Knowledge, expertise walks out the door every time somebody's retiring or getting ill, right? As people obviously age and so on. So that's something we have to really deal with. Those are our big challenges, but we have taken it head on. Our modernization approach and program is really comprehensive. And what I thought I'll bring the story here for your audience is not any one particular project diving in deeper, but just sort of give you a taste of what's going on as a palette. So our vision is that we will be running, at some point, and we have to get there, running majority of our core applications, whether they're customer service apps or they're core tax processing or case management, that will be running them in cloud. Our big tenet and goal and vision is really digitize and make really modern access points for customer interaction. So all of the engagement points, unify the channels, whether it's on the phone, by when they call, or they actually, use a web app or a phone app. And in some cases, taxes can be complicated. They want to talk to somebody. They may even want to walk in a tax assistance center, which, of course, with the pandemic, those things have been reduced and so on. But it also is forcing us to really become digital as a digital enterprise. It's pushing us. It's accelerating that demand. But at the heart of all of this is, while we modernize the engagement systems, the big challenge is what's at the heart, at the core. And at the core of our IRS trust systems are those legacy apps that are decades old. And we've got to fix them. We've got to modernize them. So we are looking at a variety of different strategies. We are looking at rewriting. We are looking at conversion tools. We are looking at, can we chunk them away into smaller sub apps, services? So looking at a variety of different techniques to slowly sort of break into this core application set that is decades old. And when we make that more agile, more flexible, that's not dependent on sort of big, huge bulk file transfer types of techniques that we've had used. They were state of the art back then, in the 60s and the 70s, but not anymore. So we've got a lot of re-architecting to as well do as we modernize. So for us, digital transformation isn't just about digital interaction, but it is actually to enable that, we have to really modernize the core. We've got to reduce our IT footprint, and we have to get into the latest tech stack. Some of the other things we are doing is we're really trying to envision a future where inside of the IRS, there will be no paper. So even if a tax-paying entity or a person sends a paper, which they can, we can't legally bar them, but we don't want to process the paper anymore. So that's our vision, and so that's where we are headed. We've already made some very significant progress in that space, and in terms of paper form uploads on our website, and we are also doing more and more with signatures processing, where we are accepting digital signatures. So some really cool and interesting things are happening there. A couple of last points I'll mention is about data. Right, as I said, that we are fundamentally a data processing entity, right? We just ingest lots of data every day, every year. We process them, we analyze them for a variety of reasons and business functions. One of the big ones is fraud detection, fraud prevention. One of the kudos to the IRS over the last 5 years, the return review program has prevented $30 billion of fraud. So imagine that, right? It just pays for itself over and over again. It's like 1,600% ROI that program delivers to the federal government. The last point I was going to make is about security and cybersecurity, data protection, managing our vulnerabilities. So all of the principle in terms of how we approach our IT and our business functions is security is not something of an afterthought. We don't go back to review, revise at the moment of trying to test it to go to production. It's baked in from the very beginning. So pushing it to the left of the cycle. So those are the real goals and broad directional push that we have in our modernization program. So I'm going to go into a little bit more, give you some official views of what the modernization plan actually is. So back in 2019, we had published the official authorized, what's known as we call it the mod plan, but the official name is the IRS integrated modernization business plan. It's published on our website. It's a quick, easy search, and if those of your audience that would like to read it, welcome to read that. It's a very interesting document, and it gives you a very nice purview of our vision of where we are headed. So officially, this plan has sort of 4 big pillars. I already talked about them a little bit, right? Looking at the front end of the engagement for taxpayer and their experience. That's the one big pillar. And then the next pillar is the core taxpayer services and enforcement. So these are all our internal processes around our master data management, our account management. So individuals or businesses, or even non-paying, so tax exempt or other government entities that don't necessarily pay taxes, but they interact with us. So all of the processing. And then case management, and so compliance, enforcement, looking at that entire space, modernizing them. There's a big project going on, which we call ECM, the Enterprise Case Management, that really enforces and looks at all our casework. One of the interesting bit of information is we have, based on how we count, we may have about between 60 to 100 different siloed case management systems. So our goal here is to unify them into a single sort of a view where access to case information, to the case history, and go back in time to research case history and records. That's our vision, that we want to get to that point where, and plus the other payoff would be we would be able to then retire a lot of these legacy systems. So any of our modernization efforts are also are paired with kind of a companion retirement of something legacy, because we've got a lot of legacy that we have to deal with. The third pillar I wanted to talk about that is the modernized IRS operations. So these are all the enablers. So this is where we are talking about cloud. We're talking about really investing significantly into our data and analytics program. We've got AI based, like we've already done several bots, not just pilots or tests, but actually in production. We want to get further into where we, it's not just a basic bot, but can it be intelligent bots? So we're looking into some of those more emerging technologies and bring them in. And then the last pillar is the cybersecurity data protection. So structurally, the MOD plan has 4 major pillars, and it requires a significant amount of funding. It was published in 2019. It was a 6-year plan. We were not funded at the level we were hoping, so we'll go as fast as we can, and we appreciate the funding we get, and we'll the journey will continue. What I wanted to do is sort of pivot to give a kind of a sense of what has been accomplished, and quite a few things have been done. So this slide's got a bit of busy set of statements, but I'd like to pick out a few that I think are really noteworthy. That this IT workforce that today I'm representing, I'm very proud of, and our leadership team is great with our CIO Nancy Seeger. So some of the accomplishments, right? So we have already done a lot of digital interactions, right? We have had a web program for many years now, mobile apps coming up for calculations, for file uploads. You can look up your account, make a payment, look up your documents. And we can increasingly, add functionality to that. One of the great things is that we brought in agile practices and DevOps practices as we build out these types of programs. So that's a great accomplishment under this MOD plan program. We're also doing lots of chatbots. Started with some internally to kind of get comfortable, make sure we understand what we're doing. But we are going into the place where we are looking forward, more additional, voice-based and AI-enabled sort of bots, voice bots, chat bots. But right now we have mostly, the typical automation bots that are running routine tasks repeatedly and sort of gaining efficiency. So we've got some of those bots done. The other thing that I said, that one of the big accomplishments is that ECM. We just recently deployed late last year the first major use case into production. It's running in cloud, and it's just the first big step. Over time, we will have many more pieces of case management functions come over. And on the flip side, we will start looking at retiring and decommissioning those items as well. Then one last thing, probably a double dipping on the credit there. As I said, that we have the return review program. In the last 5 years, we've already saved $30 billion by preventing tax fraud, and it's a great accomplishment. And we are doing even more. We are expanding the return review program to look at additional types of returns that are filed, and additional types of returns that we get to really do more anomalies and matching of facts, so that we can find problems in tax filing. The last, what I would say is a very significant modernization is the program name is CADE2, which is really our account engine. That is the individual tax account management program. And that's the one that's the oldest. In the federal government, the current system is called the IMF, the Individual Master File, and that's like 55 years old. And that one plus another one, there are 2 programs out of 10 that are the oldest, and it's even in a GAO report that the federal government has significant risk. But we are working it. We've been working it for some time to modernize that. And we are well on our way to rewrite core components of that program in Java. But there will still be more to do, and I'll talk a little bit about that in my looking ahead slide. The other thing that obviously happened, I think it's across the government and private sector, the pandemic just blew us out in terms of pushing us to become more, remote enabled, or, just look at digital interaction. So a lot of video conferencing capabilities have been turned on. Literally within a few weeks to a month or so, we scaled telework to the point that where we had about, any given day, we would have maybe 8,000 to 10,000 people teleworking to at its, 61,000 was the peak that we had enabled. We do have some folks that do have to come to work because of the nature of their work, or because maybe they need still access to some paper files that they have to be in the office. But generally speaking, it's really changed us as an organization, and clearly it tells us that when we are pushed, as many federal agencies have been, we've really pushed ourselves to adapt and change with it. Lastly, I'd like to go ahead to looking ahead. So where are we going here? The modernization program or a plan isn't really a new plan. We've been working on it for some time, but we are also including different facets into the overarching view as we think about our future. So one of the elements that we are now going to, and we have been really focusing on, is really our people, workforce. So it's one of our strategic goals and a priority to really hire, train, replace, and develop a workforce for the future that can sustain and grow, the IRS to serve our taxpayers. The other pillars here of looking ahead, we will continue to deliver on not only the modernization goals that I talked about, but there's just a lot more that is coming up. For example, we are, when I mentioned K2, which is the major master account, we still have a significant amount of legacy ALC code that is still core processing. So we will be soon launching another program which will actually retire the individual master file, and we'll decommission that. That is going to be a multi-year effort. It's supposed to be kicking off here very soon as we have some funding approvals arranged. But we've got a great plan. We actually worked on it hard last several quarters to put together a very comprehensive plan internally, and I think it'll be ready in about another month or so. And then once funding, etc., works up, we'll go into starting a major retirement and decommissioning program for the IMF, the individual master file. And on top of it, we are accelerating a lot on the cybersecurity, data protection, data encryption, vulnerability management, zero trust. So a lot of different, as you would hear, industry trends around that space. We are bringing in those technologies and those processes to protect our main asset, our data, and of course our people. Then I wanted to talk about data, which is we have made this a big kind of a priority. We now have a chief data architect, and I believe the IRS is working with Treasury around the role of a CDO as well. We do have a chief analytics officer, and I think that one doubles up as the CDO right now. And then, but in terms of what we are going to be doing is we've got to turn all of this data that we still have locked up in files, or maybe even in records, in databases that we just don't have access to. So this is sort of this dark space with no visibility, no process that touches the data. It just comes in and waits. So we have data, make it an asset, make it accessible. A big program going to be kicking off in terms of creating platforms that allow that. We do have some, I would say again, a couple of decades old data initiatives that sort of have run out their ability to serve the future needs. So we do see a big modernization in our data environment as well. And then, innovation. There are, we are looking at emerging areas. We are looking into AI-enabled ops, in how we can sort of really become more efficient and streamline support. We'll probably start something like that internally, and then explore that to provide that for taxpayers, and then really broaden the footprint of DevOps, kind of really, the ways of working beyond some of the projects that we have that got an early start. We are bringing them in across the board. So it's not just innovation in the market, but it's still innovation for that team, that for them to do their work, the development life cycle, speed that up. So we have several innovation ideas like that. And then things around taxpayer services. So just recently, we have put out a pilot where a taxpayer can take a picture of their document on a phone, and just simply upload it to the IRS, and we'll receive it and we'll process it. And the second leg of that would be it'll seamlessly go into a case file, or even trigger a new case, open up a new case, and add the file into the case and trigger a workflow. So these sorts of innovations are just going to really improve by leaps and bounds the taxpayer services that we are envisioning we will be providing. And then lastly, it's always a priority. Filing season, the IRS here to serve all the compliant and not tax-paying entities. They will file their taxes. We've got to have our door open and take the returns in, process them, and push out the refunds. And then we also have lots of legislative mandates, right? For example, the big one we are working right now at this moment is the Advanced Child Care Tax Credit. So it came up with the recently passed legislation called the American Rescue Plan, or ARP. That was just passed with the new administration, I would say about a month and a half back. And there are several provisions, and there are tax implications that we have projects kicking off. But the first big one would be the Advanced Child Care Tax Credit. And so there are several others like that, and we will have to deliver on them. That's why we're here, to implement the tax law and then enforce the tax law as well. So our package of looking ahead really is across the board, as you see, in terms of looking at new technology, across data, across cyber, across legacy transformation, across taxpayer experience, while we have to take care of routine business. Stay open, stay secure, stay safe, and serve the public and do taxes. So with that, I'll go ahead and pause and end my prepared comments. I wanted to give a really broad swath to introduce what all we are doing, because there's a lot going on. It's a very exciting time to be in the IRS that I'm very proud of. I'm happy to take care of questions if the audience has any. So back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Sid. A really nice run through there, of which we massively appreciate. A really nice story that was told there as well. I want to just quickly go back to the mod plan. You said that was formulated back in 2019. What were the kind of original conversations around that, and how long did it take to kind of strategize and formulate the mod plan?
Absolutely. So it was published in 2019, the early part of that calendar year in 2019. The formulation did take, I would say, 4+ months. Now there have been, so what that did was really brought some rigor and structure in our story about the modernization. Because by then we were doing certain things that we would classify as modernization. But what that program allowed is to really take a full enterprise stack look as to what's going on in our enterprise. Let's take a look at the budget. Let's take a look at our priorities, and to structure and create a cohesive story, because ultimately all of these programs, at the underpinning of it is the architecture of our IT, right? Yeah. Our data, our systems, and the tech stack that we run things on. And so we realized that there's more common in all of these systems. I mean, one of the data points that I'd like to share is we have 600+ systems, at least officially registered in our application catalog, that we are supporting and servicing, that the business is using. And then there are probably at least another 50 to 100 more that are not necessarily business facing, but internal IT type tools and technologies or applications, if you will. So it's a big footprint. So we looked into that. We looked into how are we going to really go into common data, common platforms, common architecture. So we wove together a comprehensive plan. So that formulation took a while, and at that moment, we worked with Treasury, even with the Secretary of Treasury back then, Steve Mnuchin, and who was a big supporter of like, okay, IRS, you got to have a plan. And I mentioned, we've had a decade of sort of hard reality in being in the IRS. It was, we were under the microscope. There's been some things which really caused our funding to have gone down progressively over many years. And we've lost people through attrition without necessarily being able to hire them back. So in terms of funding and resources, we have lots of challenges. So back in 2018, the summer, I would say, of 2018, we started to kind of really package this up to say, we've got to have a real North Star. Where are we headed? Where are we going? What are all our priorities? We cannot do just one and not the other. We got to really take a look at what all is important to us. And that's how the formulation of a plan, we were calling it an IT plan, and then it became a MARC plan, then it became a business IT plan. So eventually it went through certain iterations. And as you know, we had to go through reviews and approvals up the chain, all the way up to OMB. So, but that's how we kind of got to it. So it was a process. It was definitely a journey. And I had the privilege of being there, helping build that with my CIO back then to create that MARC plan.
Nice. And it's great to hear you saying that you as an organization, you need to find your North Star. Without kind of identifying that North Star, it gives so much direction towards whatever transformation or modernization goal there is in place. So it's good to kind of hear you say that. We've had some interesting questions come in as well from the audience. I'm going to start with one about the contractor community. So a question come in here on how do you solicit innovative ideas from the contractor community?
Oh, absolutely. So we work closely with our procurement office, and I think our procurement office is the chief procurement officer's department is great. Shanna Weber's, and we also had Harrison Smith. Harrison Smith has a new role. He's now a co-director in the businesses, has a new office. But Harrison Smith but more now Shanna Weber's, they have a great presence in the community, actually very active presence, in fact. But we work very closely with them. We're constantly running different kinds of RFIs to seek new ideas. There was I believe there was a tool. I'm using the word tool probably not quite accurately, but it's some kind of a technique that they came up with they call Pilot IRS, where we would be able to sort of come with a roughly right idea, but not specifications, roughly right idea, and go to market with some, hey, open biz, like what can you do? Bring in, sort of select through and kind of funnel them through a process where you work with a vague, broad idea, but then narrow down very quickly based on the dialogue we have. I think we have used that technique in a few instances. But we also work with the integrator community. We have partnerships with many of the big business, the big providers and the medium and small providers across the board. So that's kind of, I guess, I hope that addresses the question. In terms of internally innovation, there is it's one of those things that there's more to be done, and aspirationally we feel like we haven't reached where we would like to be. But there are really some good ideas that have come over the last many years. I mean, things such as doing bots. One of the first things we did, we had a big Windows upgrade project. We said, why don't we use a bot to answer questions, right? Because let's cut down on the IT help desk phone volume. So let's just get a taste of our own meat, right, before we serve it to others. So so we started with those types of things, and there are different ideas that we try out in a lab environment. But I think there's a lot more opportunity we have in terms of really trying out innovative things. But it's getting more exciting. I think, as I mentioned, the other effort was it's actually in production, but a very small use case in which you can take a picture on your phone and upload it to the IRS. We'll take it and process it.
Sure. And I think the next question I was going to put to you has kind of been answered there as well. It was about how does the IRS breed innovation? And I think you just alluded to there that you potentially have an innovation kind of lab set up, where you can, have a safe space to test ideas and to approach best, import best practice. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we've got actually several different labs. If you really, in fact, based on what you call a lab, we probably have over half a dozen of them.
Sure.
But definitely we are trying to actually create a bit of a programmatic view, if you will, so that while we want to decentralize ideation, we want to sort of tie it to some problem solving and not just pure creative thinking, because we are a constrained organization. So how do we balance creativity with specific targeted problems we want to solve? So we're trying to kind of create some kind of a lightweight, if you will, review and governance and guidance process, but allow innovation. The one more thing that happened, and I think that's probably a new or a first, it just occurred in the last couple of months back. In January, we ran an IRS hackathon. So we actually did that. I would say it's a closed hackathon. I do not know. Actually, I think it was a closed hackathon, but it was open to all our contractor community too. So employees, contractors, you team up. There was a range of problems that were given to them. They could pick which one they want to work on, and then run a hackathon. Like they got 5 days to come up with a solution and make presentations. It got a lot of very good positive vibe. People loved it. And some really good ideas came out from there as well. I mean, in fact, we are now looking at, let's pick up some of these to make it a real thing. Like let's fund it to make it a project and production. So we will be doing more of those hackathons. As I said, it was a closed hackathon, but whether it'll be an open one or not, I'm not so sure at this point. But that was another thing that we just did recently.
Well, it sounds like you're really. I mean, it's clear to see that it's a very innovative organization of the way it operates and thinks, and that's obviously evident how quickly things were able to be rolled out during the pandemic as well. So, kudos to you and your team and the IRS for that. I just want to finish on one last thing. You'd mentioned about the process of modernization, obviously within that presentation, but I wanted to find out a bit more about how you go about prioritizing each step, and how does that work? For any other kind of leader that might be going about modernization, what's the kind of the step by step, and how should they look at that, if that makes sense?
Absolutely. So I'm going to take your question as how do we prioritize where to modernize or what to modernize, right? Okay. So it's kind of a multi-step process. So there is we've got to apply at least couple of constraints to this puzzle. One is the funding constraint. So we do have I think it's a pretty well-established process in the IRS that we run. It's tedious, it's painful to go through, but it is a good process, which is sort of really we have this 2-year ideation cycle. Like what new efforts are needed from a business, right? When I say business, I mean the IT's customers, our business units. So business has an ideation process. They often have good idea about their directions and some of the needs, both for legislatively mandated requirements or otherwise modernization of the business processes and functions and taxpayer interaction, etc. So that ideation process has a cycle, right? And then we go through kind of a demand management process and all of that. But the other constraint is on the technology side. And this is where we are really investing a lot of energy in kind of really thinking about our architecture, our technology stack, right? And so one of the things we did, and it was done about right after we published the mod plan, we came up with a set of guiding principles. Like that will guide us the how. So how will we do so that technology decisions are made in a cohesive, organized, and reviewed and approved. So we're applying architectural governance, technology governance processes to choose what to do and how to do. We got to get better at sort of timing when to do that, and that's where the overall mod plan is helping us. Because prior to that, there was actually a time where we would still be doing lots of big projects, but they would be really run as just their own program. But now we are bringing everything together, and we are tying everything to a common architectural framework. As I said, the view as a North Star at the target, where are we headed? And sometimes we don't have a clear answer, like, hey, what are we supposed to do for this specific issue? Don't have an answer, but give us some time, give us an opportunity to work it out. We'll come back with a clearer articulation of our target. So we're definitely trying. Our principles are have a clear goal and do the right thing the first time, right? Of course, unless you cannot because of funding constraint or you have to deploy something legislatively. But that said, generally speaking, it's really using funding and using common architecture, guiding principles as a way to sort of prioritize our work.
Perfect. Well, Sid, that's all we've got time for today. But it's been a real pleasure to have you with us. Really interesting presentation on your modernization. It's great to see that mod plan as well, and to have that explained by someone working on it. So I do thank you for joining, for taking the time to do so, and for answering those questions.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you, Chris. If people have questions, certainly I'm happy to answer them offline, if that makes sense. So thanks for the opportunity. Everybody have a wonderful day and take care.
Thank you, Sid. So that was Sid Sinha, Director of Enterprise Architecture at IRS. As mentioned, real pleasure to be joined by him. An excellent presentation, brimming full of insights there. So hopefully you were able to take some insights away from that. And as Sid alluded to, if you want to carry on the conversation, I think he'd be happy to do so in an offline environment. So I'd imagine connecting on LinkedIn would be a good way to go about that if you did want to further the conversation. But big thanks to Sid there for joining and for the Q&A session. We're now into a final break. We'll be back 2:15 p.m. that's Eastern time, where we'll be having a conversation with Jeff Roth, who is author of Fires, Floods and Taxicabs, and also Deputy Commissioner CEO at New York City Veterans. And we're going to have a conversation around digital leadership and enablement. A really good conversation planned for that. A real good transformation piece within that. And then we'll be finishing the day after that with a presentation and Q&A session from Michael Peckham, who's the Chief Financial Officer of within the Department of HHS. So I look forward to that piece. And then that will be it for the day. So if you just hang around and grab some sort of late lunch or a coffee, and we'll see you back in here at 2:15 p.m. For that fireside chat. So I'll see you back then. Enjoy the break. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the final and afternoon session for today's federal edition of the Online Digital Transformation Conference. We have had a brilliant morning and early afternoon, of which I'm very thankful. We've had some brilliant presentations and interviews this morning. We kicked off the day with Shane Barney, and then we heard from Shankar from Radiant, and we had Scott Simpson from DHS. And then Bethany from the GSA, and Sid from IRS, and Scott Corey from HHS. And we've got two final pieces now, and we're going to be joined first up by Jeff Roth, who is author of Fire, Floods and Taxi Cabs, and has a steeped history working within government. And it's going to be a pleasure to have a discussion with him around kind of the leadership elements of digital transformation and government transformation. I can see that Jeff's just come through now. Jeff, a warm welcome and good afternoon to you. How are you today?
Great, Chris. Thank you for having me. It's terrific to be here and join the conversation.
Good stuff. Well, the pleasure's all mine with having you here. And again, I do appreciate you joining. It's going to be an interesting talk. We've got some great questions planned. So looking forward to kind of rolling through these with you and just kind of ascertaining and understanding of your perspectives on kind of digital transformation, government change, and your experiences of such. And obviously you've just written that book that you can see there, Fires, Floods and Taxi Cabs, which is all about kind of government change and the challenges faced by those working in government to make a difference. So it's really apt that we have you here for this conversation, given that you've just authored such. So a warm welcome to you, and perhaps we can start as well, so the audience can benefit, is just having a short introduction from yourself, who you are, and a bit of background about yourself, if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely, Chris. Well, thank you again. My name is Jeff Roth. I've spent the last 12 plus years in New York City government, so very much on the local side in the context of government, but I'm also an Army reservist and spent 2020 overseas in the Middle East, and ultimately was leading the COVID response for Army personnel in 6 countries, including Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, and UAE. So I had a lot of experience in the pandemic response in the Middle East with the Army. But prior to that, was working in New York City government in a number of contexts, leading change on the IT front, using technology, data to drive decision making, releasing those data as much as possible to the public to gather insights. Spent many years in what's called the Mayor's Office of Operations. That's where I started. That was under Mayor Bloomberg. And then from there went on to the New York City Fire Department, where I led a data science team that was creating fire prediction models to see if we could determine which buildings in New York City were most prone for a fire or life safety event of some kind. Followed that up with a short stint at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. This was at the height of the rise of Uber and Lyft and other for-hire vehicle companies, and collecting data from them. In fact, New York City was the first municipal city to gather trip data from those companies and then release those to the public. And I was there for that. And then ended my time in New York City government at the New York City Department of Veteran Services, which was a brand new city agency, very much a startup in every sense of the word, and in many ways mirrored what someone in the private sector might experience in a startup, with all of the layers of bureaucracy on top. So it was not it was not for the faint of heart by any means, but learned a great deal and worked really hard to create change in that space in New York City.
So it sounds like you've been a very busy chap. I know we first met at a conference in Vegas. I think we remembered the other day when we had a chat. So a lot has changed since then, and you've obviously done a lot since then. And kudos to you as well for your work throughout the pandemic. That's great to hear. Yeah, should be really proud of that. So that's great. I guess a good place to start, and your experience will probably be entirely different given that you did that work overseas last year. But I kind of wanted to gain some understanding and your thoughts around the pressure that that leaders, have been under, particularly within government during the pandemic, and looking at those challenges faced. Obvious ones for a lot of kind of office workers and things like that has been the change to remote work and things like that. What's your kind of take on the common challenges that you've seen? How have you kind of gradually overcome those? And I guess again, it's going to be a little bit different for you, I assume.
Sure, yeah, and some of them still working through and trying to overcome. These are certainly new, and as leaders, managers, decision makers, whatever our roles are, trying to adapt, not just individually in a changing environment, but also help our teams adapt and also engage with our clients or customers. Doing all those things is quite a full plate, as well as run business operations and in a changing environment. I think for me, the upending work routines is certainly something that we're all going through and dealing with. And at this point, we've learned a lot of the tools. We've learned systems and techniques to lead our teams and ourselves and our projects in the midst of a virtual environment. But I think personally, some of the things that I've worked through and continue to work through is just productivity and employee engagement. How do you keep your team engaged? How do you keep them focused? And certainly the distractions when someone's working remotely are very different than when they're in the office. The water cooler versus the living room, right? Those are the two different things. But you also, while you're thinking about engaging your team and keeping them focused and on track with productivity, it's also how do we continue to reach our customers in a way, not just digitally, but in the old ways of in-person interaction. All of those have changed as well. So it's those two things. But I think also as a leader, it's the number of platforms out there can be overwhelming sometimes. There's many digital solutions today, particularly with pandemic, the rise of those things. But how do you find which ones work? How do you keep the team focused on one or two of those tools? Not any tool fits every problem. So how do you, the number of tools you're suddenly using increases, that causes integration issues. You've got data silos, you've got knowledge management issues, all of those things. And then you've got constrained budgets, particularly in the government sector, trying to keep pace with these things when you can't purchase new tools very, very quickly, if at all. You can't upgrade your systems very quickly, if at all. An example would be my government laptop doesn't have a camera on it. So, to do a Zoom meeting or something like that, it's very hard to do if you want to show up face to face. So you end up using your civilian system. And the teams have to keep pace with those changes, not just learning the new platforms, but how do you maintain and support those new platforms and teams' use of those things. So there's a lot of challenges right now that leaders and managers are up against. And I think it's a matter of picking one or two things that work for your team, becoming very comfortable with those. They may not be ideal. There may be other tools out there. But at the end of the day, I think a leader has to choose one and say, hey, this is where we're going to virtually meet. This is where we're going to store our data, understand the risks associated with that, and drive those tools as much as you can.
Well, that's really interesting. It's like application overload. It's like in our private lives. Like you just need to open our phones and see the amount of applications that we've got for every everything possible, and that often does happen in business as well. We have all these different collaboration tools and technologies. So it's interesting to hear that from your point of view as well. And with that, have you seen kind of an increased demand for new technologies and tools from the top down? And who drives that demand? Is it the workforce? Is it leadership panicking? And how do you ensure enablement with technology?
Sure, I think it's both. I think it's both top down and bottom up. Certainly decision makers in this age are wanting real-time analytics. They want real-time insights. They are insatiable beasts, as I like to say, and you've got to feed those beasts. So you've got to have tools and methods to to provide them answers in real time, and that's always going to be the case. You know, in city government, that's it could be the mayor, it could be the mayor's team, it could be your commissioner, but certainly they want information as quickly as possible. And so to provide them with those data in nearly real time requires a number of tools. And then in this remote environment, what is the delivery mechanism? So now you have to think through, how am I going to communicate those and in what ways? But also from the bottom up, I think teams are hungry and eager for engagement and connection as well, and often do some of those things on their own, using new chat rooms and devices and things to connect with coworkers, with colleagues, to remain engaged, to not isolate, but also to collaborate in ways to partner on things, to ask questions and that kind of thing. So I see, you know, both sides end up driving some of that demand, maybe for different reasons. And for managers in between, you've got to, you know, sort of navigate both those sides and enable the platforms that help you drive insights and data in real time and provide that feedback, but also help your team engage and collaborate in real time as well, through other platforms.
Definitely. And I think you mentioned there about the communication side of things. There was a slide earlier from the Shankar's presentation from Radio, which said digital transformation is enabled by effective communication. And I think that's a real point that's kind of resonated today, and also been echoed in various elements of people's presentations and discussions. So it's always interesting how much that comes up, and, you know, how vital communication is to, you know, successful digital transformation. So just wanted to reiterate and make a point of that. And then in the previous piece, just before we went into the break, we heard from a gentleman, Sid Sinha from IRS, and he was talking about their mod plan. And one of the questions I put to him, which sparked a bit of debate, was around prioritization. And so I put it to you, like, how do you prioritize what you're going to change or evolve or innovate next, when there's so many different, you know, things that we could be focusing on within the enterprise or within the agency, whatever it might be? How do we look at the bigger picture and think, right, okay, this area needs, you know, changing or evolving or modernizing next? How do we go about that?
I think it's all about what is the goal, and often those, you know, a lot of agencies, particularly at the city level, are required now to have strategic plans, but thinking through, where is this organization going and what are our longer term goals, that might be stated in the vision statement, that might be an annual strategic plan of some kind, saying, hey, here's the things that we really care about, here's the direction we need to go. And if we start first with those goals, and then work backwards from there, identify the problems in the way. You know, what are the obstacles between where we're at and where we want to go? And in part, one of the things that I did a lot of in New York City government was identifying and painting, I like to say, paint the picture. Identify, where are those pain points? Where are those frustrations? What are the obstacles keeping us from moving to a new technology platform, innovating in some kind of space, or creating change, and then identifying the ways to overcome those things. So, you know, with all of the platforms and tools that are out there, you've got to choose the ones that best help you meet your goals. And so aligning those to the goals and then prioritizing that way. I think it's critical. And I think managers at all levels need to understand not only the organization's vision and goals, but digest that in a way to understand how their team or their projects fit into those goals. And they can help navigate and prioritize some of those things and tie them back to the agency's overall mission. I think that's really important. The other side, I think, too, is to identify where the methods for reaching the people that you want to reach most. So if it's your own team, that's going to be a different set of tools than if it's your clients. And also segmenting your clients. Not every client is the same. You know, for example, with veterans in New York City, we can say a veteran, you know, a military service member veteran is, they're not all the same. You have veterans from the Korean War, from the Vietnam War, from the first Gulf War, have very different ways of engaging than, say, post 9/11 veterans. So the delivery mechanism in terms of how we reach and engage those clients is going to differ remarkably based on how they use technology, what platforms they're engaged in, where they go to collaborate and congregate, and then finding ways to tap into those things. And determining who's at greatest need in those segments and how do we reach them that can help drive prioritization as well.
Nice, that's a really good answer. And then just want to mention as well to the audience, if you do have any questions as we move through these, just feel free to pop those in the chat there as well, and we can get those forwarded to Jeff as we move along. So if you do have anything, do jot them down, and I'll get to those as we work through the questions as well. I want to focus now on the pessimistic side of digital transformation, which is failure rates. They're pretty high. You know, you don't often hear of, well, you do hear about successful digital transformations, but there's a lot of failure before success in most, circumstances. And one of the main reasons for failure that we see is down to poor culture, low rates of adoption, whether that's the technology or the mindset required, and with many agencies or organizations having to work really hard to ensure employees understand why innovation is a necessity and are trained and educated on how to utilize, new workplace tools that pop up. And like we said, that ecosystem is very busy, and make employees use them habitually as well. What's your kind of opinion on instilling that culture of adoption and innovation and trying to work through that? Because it seems like it's a bit of a difficulty for many.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think part of it is it's fear. There's a lot of fear when an agency or an organization is trying to create change. I know at the ground level, staff or people can sometimes feel like, hey, if this new technology is implemented, what does that mean for my job? Does that make me obsolete? What about my experience and expertise? Will this take away from that? So I think adoption rates are often, and also it can be overwhelming. New technology can be overwhelming for people. I've got to learn a new skill. I've got to learn a new way of doing things. Moving, particularly in government, so much is still paper-based or very rudimentary in terms of its sophistication. And you take a process like that and automate it in some way, can be scary, because it's, how do I as an individual keep pace with change? And these things can be overwhelming. But buy-in and adoption are absolutely critical for any project. And some of the ways that we used in some of my projects, and I tell you, I've faced all the same things as anyone else leading innovation or change in this type of space, but you'll have buy-in. Buy-in will go sideways. It'll drop off. Stakeholders will believe in your project, and then a week later think it's the worst thing ever. So it just comes at you all the time. But you have to keep at the work. But some of the tools and methods that we use to keep buy-in and adoption high was, first, I think it's important to pilot your projects as much as possible on as small a scale as possible to test these things. And to your point, a lot of these projects fail, and I think sometimes they fail because it's not actually it's either not solving the right problem, or it's not the right tool to solve the problem that you're trying to address. So I think it's important to pilot, gather that feedback to the extent you can, measure, refine, and do it again. And be okay with failing. But if you're failing in the pilot stage, that's the whole point, is to get you to a better place. But if you're already moving past that pilot stage and doing a full-scale implementation, you're going to hit those roadblocks. Seek that feedback. Seek the feedback from your client, whether that's your internal staff, whether that's your clients, whoever it is. When you're piloting, create methods for obtaining their feedback, whether it's users, focus groups, surveys, or going out and meeting with them. If you can, give them a seat at the table. When I was at the New York City Fire Department, we were creating our fire prediction models. That was coupled with this implementation of a scheduling program for fire officers to go out and inspect certain buildings within their administrative districts. What we did is, when we were piloting our scheduling system, we had representatives from that pilot battalion that was using our new software come in and each week met with the development team and gave them constant feedback about, hey, here was the change we saw. This is how it is. It was a little bit wonky. We need to see this change, all the way from the user interface to, hey, the way the system is prioritizing buildings for inspection. And they were part of that conversation from the get-go. And what it really did is enabled us to make it very customer focused. Our customer was the fire officer. So having them at the table gave our customers direct access to the development team, who heard directly from the customer, hey, here's what we're struggling with, here's what we need to see. And it really then became their project. They were the drivers of it. So getting buy-in was built into that feedback mechanism. We also, as you roll these things out, you've got to find ways to train. So it's not just the training on the front end, but it's that consistent support of the team who will be using this technology. And if it's your customers, offering that, whether it's user videos online or other ways, or in-person meetings or Zoom meetings to share that. One thing that we did successfully at the fire department when we rolled out the software is we also had a hotline. So there was a hotline of fire officers who were available and trained in the system that would receive calls from other fire officers who were using the software and could provide them guidance on, hey, here's how you approach it, here's how you go through it, here's how you troubleshoot, those sorts of things. And then we also, in the government sector, particularly at the local level, you have to deal also with unions. A lot of our workforce is unionized, and so you have to engage with labor unions early and often, and get their buy-in as well. They're a key stakeholder, and they can help make or break a project with your clients, particularly if they're employees of the city or the municipality and they're part of a union. If you don't have that union buy-in, you're doing yourself a disservice. So you also have to kind of cast a wider net and take care of those stakeholders as well. And then ultimately, I think it's really important as a manager of a project like this to talk to those who are doing the work as often as possible. So as you're using those tools, just engage consistently and constantly. If you can give them a seat at the table, that's incredible. But if not, make sure that there's an open pathway for communication. So you're in tune as a project manager, as a leader, that you're in tune with what they think and how they view these things. And if you find those issues early, you can address them before they might impede implementation or adoption.
Sure. No, really thorough answer there. And I just wanted to go back to the point you made around like piloting things and testing things. We hear a lot over the past kind of year. We've done this event series, and obviously this event's a federal focus, but particularly within the private sector and profit organizations, innovation labs seem to be the thing to be doing and instilling within their organizations. And today we've heard a gentleman from the DHS talking about their procurement innovation lab. Again, referencing Sid from the IRS, he mentioned that they have unofficially kind of 5 different kind of innovation labs. How important are these, using things like innovation labs to pilot things and, create a safe space in which things can be, created, innovated, and, either used or not used?
I think it's incredibly important. In city government particularly, you do it in other areas, right? So if we're not talking digital, we're talking research and development of new equipment, fire safety. I'm speaking from the fire department. Fire safety vests, gloves, protective gear, all of those things get tested. You have research and development teams that study issues that are raised by firefighters. They go out, meet with vendors, understand what's available in the market. They bring those things in, they set up focus groups with the firefighters, and they test this equipment. Why we're not doing that more on the automation side or the technology side, that's a great leading practice and should be done as much as possible, so that you can test things, test them small scale, try different things, be okay with failure, because it's those failures that move you to a better place in terms of, hey, if this doesn't work, we're getting closer to what will. So culturally, you have to create space where those things can be tested. I do think as a practice, some of the constraints though are budget. It's how do you set up those things in this resource constrained environment. So you do have to find ways, and I think one solution might be partnerships. How do you build partnerships with academia? How do you build partnerships with the private sector or other governmental agencies to create space where you can come together, pool resources, and find ways to test and innovate and test again?
No, that's a really good point. And then moving to kind of how prepared you were in your role and organizationally for the pandemic. Obviously, it turned everything upside down, and over the course of the last 12 months, we've seen plenty of organizations and agencies have to adopt certain technologies and bring that to the table. We often see things about, it's a massive forced experiment in terms of the technology being thrown down at us. But what's kind of been your take, and were you kind of in a position where you were able to, rapidly respond to it, and how was your experience with that?
Sure. So, when pandemic hit, I was in Kuwait at the time, and was pulled in pretty quickly, early March, mid-March, to lead what we called our Emergency Operations Center. So this was our center for all countries in the Middle East, excluding Iraq and Afghanistan, coordinating the Department of Defense's response to pandemic. So we were working with host nations to understand, testing and healthcare resources that were available, the spread of the pandemic. We were also doing modeling. And in that environment, we had already, in the military, we had a number of personnel that were at remote locations. So we had the digital infrastructure to communicate and maintain those communications fairly regularly. So we had platforms that already existed and business processes that were already reliant on those things. So we were able to tap into a number of those things. What we didn't have was a lot of those relationships with, hey, okay, now we're suddenly in pandemic and I've got to know what my host nation's ability is to do testing for us or to provide healthcare, how many ICU beds and things like that. So you had to couple that infrastructure we already had with, people on the ground that could go out and survey and understand what resources there were and that were available, and then pull them all in. I think some of the things that we did very early on is, I say create a battle rhythm. So we had a means for that regular rhythm of, hey, here are the meetings that we have. Here's how we're going to communicate. And we just created that daily check-in process where we were communicating with our folks regularly. And that really helped just keep everyone on the same page. And as we were working our way through this new space, this new environment with the pandemic on top, just that regular communication really helped us navigate some of those things. On the civilian side, now when since I've come back from the Middle East and leading a project in this remote environment, many of the challenges that anybody else is facing, I'm also facing. How do you keep the team engaged? How do I, as a boss, I can't just sneak up on you at your desk, but how do I understand where your work product is? How do we have conversations around things on a shared screen versus a whiteboard? And those kind of things have all been challenging. But I think that the key for us is just that regular communication, open communication, and building in that schedule where, hey, we're touching base every day in some form or method. And to the extent that we can do a face-to-face through one of the tools, all the better, because then we can have a in-depth conversation about where a project is, what needs to move forward, where there's issues or constraints, and how we're going to overcome those.
Sure. And with that, do you have any kind of tips on collaboration or what works while communicating? As certain things worked well for you, certain things not gone so well?
Yeah, I think one of the things I learned very quickly was the need for scorecards, as I might call them. So we have a weekly metrics tracker that I put up on the screen when I meet with my team. We talk every day. We do a daily check-in. And we go through that metrics tracker, and on there it has everyone's deliverables for the end of the week. It could be, number of interviews they're conducting, certain percentage of completion of a specific task or item, if they're doing some kind of research, where that stands. But we have a scorecard that builds some level of accountability on the screen, and we talk through those and make sure everyone's on track. Plus, we do due dates. We know who is responsible for what items and when those things are due. And all these things sound simple, but I think for me, going from being in person where you can talk about these things and you're constantly interacting with the person, the due dates didn't maybe matter as much. Hey, I need this by end of week, was different than today when it's digital and you don't have the ability to interact with people except at specific moments that are scheduled in time. I think it's more important to say, okay, I need this by Friday at 09 a.m. Where are you at with it? And doing that daily check-in with the progress towards that just keeps us all on track. And also identifying, hey, if there's a roadblock or something inhibiting our ability to move that task forward, what is it so we can address it now? And it just builds an accountability. And my name's up on that scorecard just like everybody else's. So I'm holding myself accountable in the same way as the rest of the team. And that's also important because then I'm not allowing any of my own things to slide or get off track. So just, those basic things that may seem elementary, but in my experience if you get the fundamentals right, some of the other things take care of themselves.
Sure. And then with all this, the rapid change, how important is it for a team to be agile, or does your team need to be, and does it always have to be that agile approach, or do other things work as well?
Yeah, I think so. There's got to be some agility built in, but I think one way we've kept it simple is we've used tools that most people have been using, and we've added in one or two others. So for us, it wasn't necessarily creating a lot of new platforms where we were interacting and doing things. It was using what we were already using, and that already existed. So there was some adoption already there. And we just built in and layered in our team and our approach to those methods. So for us, it was, hey, what are we already using? Let's just create, if there's a certain chat room feature or function we're using, let's just build in our group within that context. If there is an online forum where we can conduct meetings and whiteboarding sessions and such, what is that? And let's just build in and tap into that. So we didn't create a lot new. We just used what was already being used by the team for other projects and things, and layered in on top.
Nice. And then within your book, you mentioned the many obstacles of making a difference whilst working in government, policies, procedures, regulations, of course. How, in your opinion, do these prohibit innovation, and what can we do about it? So what can those working in government do to, try and make that difference and innovate a bit differently?
Yeah, it's inertia. And this is true not just of government, but really any large scale organization. Inertia will slow things down. It will hinder progress. It will burn people out because the efforts required to create change are so significant that takes massive effort consistently and persistently over time. And that can drain even your best people. Those things will always exist, whether it's people internally who are resistant to change and don't want to see it come, whether it's systems that are outdated and old school that are languishing, whether it's constrained budgets. There's just not, particularly a year after pandemic, when we will see at the government level much of the fallout of the past year in terms of our budgets will hit this year. We will see how much more constrained it will become. And so when you're in an environment where it's absolutely difficult to even start the process for creating change, this can be very difficult. The other thing too is procurement. It's great to hear there were conversations about innovation and procurement. That process is often so slow in government that you can't go out and just adopt new models for you can't just automate a new process. You can't just try a new tool often, because the constraints for contracting and purchasing are so slow and cumbersome that they inhibit your ability to react very, very quickly. So all of these things are impediments to creating change. I think what governments have to do then is rely on each other where they can. So in New York City, for example, anytime that we were creating change, we'd create a committee or a team with private sector partners, with academia, with other city agencies on it to advise one another. And in doing that, we created partnerships where, there were oftentimes academia could move a certain innovation forward that we couldn't, or they could do some research and help us make the case for why change in a certain area was necessary. Or we'd learn that other agencies might have been creating change and we could ride on one of their contracts, or steal a piece of technology that they had purchased. They might have had additional licenses they could lend to us. Those sort of things do exist in government. And if you're creative, you can tap into those things and borrow them, test them, and adopt them for your own use.
Sure. You say about we don't know how far along we're going to be constrained moving forward. Is it in your opinion, and no one can really say, it's obviously a hindsight thing, but do you think innovation might be stifled in the next kind of few years due to constrained budgets and having to pull money? Governments have spent an awful lot of money on fighting the pandemic, and that's going to have a knock-on effect somewhere along the line. Is that going to, cause a bit of stifling to the innovative processes, or is it going to be further accelerated?
Sure, I would say yes and no. Will it be impeded by it? I think yes, in the sense that you might see less investment, large-scale investment in some new digital transformation at the agency level. That's where you'll see the stifling. But where I think you'll see the innovation is at the ground level, the people doing the work, the staff. I think they will, when you're in a constrained environment that often fosters, that does foster innovation, it fosters creativity. It helps people think more creatively about solutions and what might work. So yeah, while you might not see large scale infrastructure investment into new systems and platforms and projects, you might see more innovation at the ground level. And I think that's actually pretty exciting. Not to say don't invest in things, but as a result of these things, you might see staff come up with their own ad hoc processes and ways of doing things, leveraging what already exists.
Yeah, well, like you say, that's going to be a great thing, because it's creating a culture of innovation from the ground up, from creating a workforce that thinks like that, a bit more creatively led. So that can only be a good thing. And then with the challenges to innovation, are there any other kind of big ones with regards to innovating within government?
Yeah, I mean, innovating in government, I think some of the things that we've talked about, just that stakeholder buy-in, and I think particularly in government, it's not just the constrained environment, but you also have to navigate the political realities of the environment you're in. So that's not just, hey, as a private sector entity, I may be able, if I've got my customer engagement, I've got my boss's engagement, off we go. But in government, you have more political layering involved. So you've got elected officials who have a say in these things, and from multiple fronts. So you've got your boss, but you've also got the public reality. You've got the media that scrutinizes and pays attention to these things. So all of these forces are looking at any project or program that you might be leading, and you're under a microscope. And I think it's important to remember that. And again, that's why I always bring it back to piloting. Well, if you can do this in a small enough way, test these things prior to a larger implementation. So maybe in 2021, we don't see massive, large-scale implementation of some of these things, but maybe we'll see more piloting. Maybe we'll step back and slow down a little bit and say, hey, where are our biggest pain points? Where can we invest a little bit and go try and test some of these things? And maybe in 2022, when maybe the world's returned a little bit more to normal, maybe that's where we can see then some large scale investment in some of those things that we've tested in 2021. I think that would be a really great environment to be in. Yeah,
that's really true. And I think taking a breather a little bit as well, and like you say, stepping back, looking at the bigger picture, and understanding, again, going back to the question around how you evaluate what needs prioritizing and things like that. So I think looking at the bigger picture would be helpful moving forward. And then final question, you also share within your book about the tips and tricks needed to challenge bureaucracy and really make a difference in government. Can you offer any kind of small insight or a tip for our audience on how to do this? I mean, you've given plenty throughout the chat, and it's been full of insights, but perhaps one more that could resonate with the audience today.
Yeah, so in the book, I talk about, the first half, or the first portion of the book is really about, project management, program management. So how do you come in? And what I talk about is political leaders, they might come in and lay out a broad vision and say, hey, we want to, this is our policy goal. We want to get here by such and such date. And I offer a few examples in the book, and then it's up to those of us who do the implementation in the background. I go from the wow to the how, and the how are the ones who really drive the implementation of these bold visions. And so I say start by painting the picture. You really have to dig in and understand where you are. Too often I have seen projects fail, major policy initiatives fail, because the administration of that particular initiative didn't take the time to really dig in and understand, hey, we all know where we want to go, but we don't really understand where we are, so we don't know what to implement to get us there. And you have to start with not just the goals, but the metrics. How do we know when we've gotten there? How do we know what it is that we're trying to measure progress on? I think if you get those two things right, which is no easy things. I can say paint the picture, sounds great, but these things can take a lot of time and a significant amount of resources and staff time to really understand and dig in. But that's where you use the data. That's where you use focus groups. That's where you go talk to stakeholders. That's where you understand the business processes behind some program or policy. And if you do all those things well, and you've got the metrics and you start measuring progress, you can make change. And I talk about some of those things in the book. But I think that's the starting point. That really is.
No, that's nice. And then I did say that was the final question, but I've got one more short final question. A lot of conversation today and debate around, and in previous events, culture versus technology and digital transformation. Which for you is the the big one to be looking at within digital transformation?
Sure, it starts with culture, I think, and culture is people. And so if you have the right people and the right culture, and if you have a culture of change, adoption to change, being creative, finding ways to innovate at all levels, the technology follows that. So it starts with culture by all means.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, Jeff, thanks so much for joining us today. It's been a great chat. As I said, you offered lots of insights in there, and lots of clues as well to what's in that book as well. So it's a real pleasure to have had you with us, and for me to chinwag with you for 45 minutes or so to kind of further understand your perspectives on digital transformation and change within government. So I'd just like to thank you for joining us and for allowing that chat.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris, for bringing us together. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Jeff, and hopefully we'll meet again in person, and get you a conference speaking when they're back up and running at the scale we want them to be.
Sounds great. Looking forward to it. Thanks again, Chris. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Jeff. So that was Jeff Roth speaking, author of Fires, Floods and Taxicabs, and Deputy Commissioner CEO. And he's talking about his work as well throughout in New York local government. So a real pleasure to have had Jeff join us there for the chat, and hopefully you found some useful insights within that, talking about barriers to government transformation, again heavy on the culture side, which is what we like to hear. A lot of focus at this event always on culture and people and agile approach and things like that. So it's great to have that echoed again within that. And interesting, Jeff said culture there over technology, and that's very much kind of the sentiment that we see fit at this event as well. So big thank you to Jeff for joining us there, who was our penultimate piece of today for the federal edition of the online digital transformation conference. And we're going to finish up here with Michael Peckham, who's Chief Financial Officer for the Program Support Centre within the HHS. A real pleasure going to be joined by him afterwards as well for a Q&A session. We've got a pre-recorded piece that we did earlier this week with Mike, and he offered a great story on how they're moving through some transformation of their processes. We'll be joined by Mike afterwards, so if you do have any questions for Mike, pop them in the chat and I'll get them to him after his presentation. So I'll be back with Mike in about 20 minutes time after the presentation for that Q&A before we finish the event. So thank you.
Hi there, my name is Mike Peckham, and I have the privilege of talking to you today about how I was able to apply emerging technology to create value within the grants management process for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This was a really fun project, and just to give a little bit of the genesis here, you can see that there was a lot that led into my ability to be creative and really make some changing effort within our organization. Health and Human Services is a huge department, and I think that you'll recognize that when we start to talk about the numbers. But what we learned was we went and did the Data Act pilot, and for those of you who don't know, the Digital Accountability and Transparency Act was aimed at how do we reduce redundancy, burden, and cost for recipients of federal awards. There was a pilot to do this, and I led the grants portion of that pilot. And we walked away from this understanding very clearly that we needed to standardize data, that we needed to eliminate duplication and develop digital tools. And all of this was clarified in a report to Congress. And you can see on the right-hand side that there are huge opportunities, but we hadn't really initiated how we were going to affect the changes that we needed to do. So we set the stage under the Data Act, but then we got to move things a little bit further under the Reinvent Grants Management Project. And when I was saying earlier that there's a huge impact, if you think about HHS applies $517 billion, at least in FY19, to grants, and this is not just within the US, but is across the world. It's a worldwide grant-making organization, and that $517 billion was 69% of the total US grant dollars in FY19. Now, this is pre-COVID pandemic, and I think everybody realizes there's been a huge amount of money put towards that effort, the relief efforts, a lot of that going out through grants. So the numbers have grown incrementally. So the need here is even that much more. And I say that from the perspective of there are lots of studies out there that have told us on average 45 cents on every dollar of a grant is spent on administrative costs. And we've got to change that dynamic. We looked at it from the perspective of how can we return to mission the dollars, the administrative dollars, making those dollars mission focused to get more performance outcomes. So hugely important to the entire project. You can see on this slide, there are a bunch of things that I had the, I will say, autonomy to take on, but I want to really talk about what we did under the grant recipient digital dossier. So this is quite interesting because we said, hey, let's look at things with a different eye than we have in the past. Historically, we've always said, what are our compliance needs within the federal government, and how do we make that happen for us? But one of the things that we learned is if we don't talk to the recipients, I should say learned under the Data Act, if we don't talk to the recipients, we aren't going to understand what we're doing and how it's going to impact them. And this is key because they are the ones who are carrying on out the work and ultimately meeting the mission for us. So we knew we wanted to use innovative technology. We've all heard about the great things that the technology, modern technology can do. If you bought anything on Amazon, you understand what technology can do for you. We then said, let's use user-centered design or human-centered design. Let's engage with all the recipient community, all the grantor community, and anybody who's tangentially related to the grants management process. And that's your budget folks, that's your, believe it or not, your contracts folks, that's your finance folks. It goes across the board. And so we did engage those communities, and we learned so much. It was incredible. So I'm going to move along and just talk about what we did with the grant recipient digital dossier. We found out that there was a huge pain point. For every award that goes out, there is a pre-award risk assessment that is required by law. This pre-award risk assessment can take 4 to 8 hours on average. It needs to be done on any recipient that the community is thinking about providing an award to, and you have to have that information tracked, logged, and there for audits in the future. We learned that it was not being done the same across the board. We learned that, as I said before, it could be 4 to 8 hours, even more in some cases. Paperwork and maintaining the file was very, very, very hard, and these were considered to be subjective. The recipient community felt like, well, we're not really applying the same bar across the board. Recognizing what we could do with this, we looked into it very closely, and we had our use case for how to move forward. And as I walk through this, I think it's impressive to understand that just at HHS, and this is a conservative estimate, it was risk adjusted, we can take that 4-hour process down to 15 minutes. Now, again, this is a cursory review, and it's only telling you if there's an issue that needs to be looked into further. But given 95% of recipients, there is no further action required past that cursory review, we could save $142 million annually through this process. So there's your return on investment, or as I like to say, your return to mission. A $4 million investment with a $2 million operating cost per year can return $142 million each year. I think that most folks would say this is something we need to invest in and move forward. So how did we do it? We engaged the recipient community and the grantor community, and we found out that across the board, everybody was utilizing 7 different sources, and the sources are listed here in the funnel. So we took those sources and we said, how do we get information out of them? Because not all of them are using APIs or modern ways of interfacing. We had to get pretty ingenious. I had a team supporting me. This wasn't my work alone. I had some really smart people working with me. But what we did was we took each one of these items. We said, how do we get the information in? How do we curate? How do we cleanse? How do we analyze? How do we display the information? So we got to play around with a lot of fun tools. You'll see that we have RPA and natural language processing, even AI applied on top of these different tools, or I should say different platforms, in order to get the information in. So we did all that, and I'm going to show a static demo in just a minute to kind of display how we did it. But I think the most interesting thing about this is once we ingest all that information, we have it in the grant recipient digital dossier. It is then at the point in time when somebody runs a risk assessment on any entity, that information is stored on a blockchain. So why is that important? Well, it's immutable. So if I do an assessment today, it's stored on the blockchain, and if an auditor comes back in a year, 2 or 3 years, they know exactly what that recipient's profile looked like at the point in time I did it today. Now, it could change in 6 months, and it's going to note that there were changes. But you can historically track through the blockchain what happened, when it happened, and why someone would not have awarded a grant to a particular recipient, or applicant, I should say. So let's walk through a real quick static demo of the GDD. What we're looking at here is one of the key things that all the users told us that when they're doing an award, they have to understand is what happens in an audit. And in the grants world in the US federal government, if a recipient receives over $750,000 in a year, they are required to undergo a single audit. And all of that information is stored in the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, and it is a wealth of information that we've never fully utilized before. The reason I say that is because this is a lot of, there is some structured data, there's a ton of unstructured data in it. And a single audit report, a short one is going to be 50 pages long. They can be hundreds of pages long. So imagine a human going through and trying to digest and ingest all that information. It's just really not possible, especially when you're looking at 15 to 20 different potential recipients of awards. So we said, okay, let's pull out the most important information and display that right up front. This is the information that everybody's looking for. So you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, we have a mock-up of what a recipient would look like. This is not real data because of PII, but you can see right away you have a going concern. So when I said earlier that 95% of the time you don't need to look any further, this is one where right away you want to look further. There's a going concern. You need to understand that what's going on around that, and that is a huge red flag. Hence why it is put right up at the top of the page and why it is in red. So it's got the alerts, and then below that you've got the audit summary, and you can dive into any of that information you want to. And furthermore, all the information, the freshness is indicated on every single screen so that you know that we didn't pull this information 5 weeks ago. The majority of the information is pulled at the point in time you hit the button to say, I want to run a risk assessment. The Federal Audit Clearinghouse is a lengthy process, so we're only running that once a week right now. We are taking RPA. We are pulling out 100 audits at a time. Once we have ingested everything, we're running through that with natural language processing to make sense of all the information that's in there. And then we apply AI on top of it. And what you're looking at right now is as a result of all that going on behind the scenes and in seconds when it actually happens. So prior findings are a huge indicator of realized risk. And I say this, it's very important to understand that we do a lot of risk assessments. There are questionnaires that are provided to grant recipient organizations or applicant organizations. And we went through those questionnaires and we found zero correlation between propensity for risk and realized risk based on the questions. But this information that's being displayed right now is actual realized risk. This is prior findings in the single audits, and this is important information if you're really going to start to analyze what's going on within an entity. And excuse me. The prior findings are a result of the natural language processing that I was talking about earlier. And you can see that we have a hyperlink there so that you can go into. The interesting thing here is there's the finding looking at you, staring at you on this page. It's a hyperlink. You can click on that hyperlink and you can go right into the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, right to the page of the finding and read the finding in context. So there isn't any ambiguity around what we have pulled out for you. What I found really interesting was through the user-centered design process, this chart. We like to call this the bubble chart. This was not something that we originally came up with. We were working as a bunch of, we had accountants and we had a lot of professional display graphic artists. And these were users who came to us and they said, look, we need to understand the magnitude of the finding and are there continuous findings? So as you can see on the right-hand side, we're explaining the magnitude of the findings, 1, 2, 3 plus, and a continuation of a finding. And you can see that some of these have carried continuations of findings from year to year. Some of them are different findings from one year to the next. Magnitude has gone down, magnitude has gone back up a little bit. But the users we found across the board could look at this and understand what was going on almost instantaneously. And again, this is just a great result of engaging people and having them tell you what works for them. Here's information about how the payments are going out. So you have how much money has been, as we say in the federal government, obligated or is available for a recipient to use. And you have a chart showing how much of the money has actually been used. So if you like doing burn rates, here's a real quick visual on what your burn rate is looking like on any particular grant. If you run down to the bottom, you're going to see that, so again, we're talking about, this is funded award amount, this is cash drawn. It's a little more detailed than the previous slide. It breaks down the different grants that a recipient has received. Important because you'd love to see the total amount that they've received, but understanding how they're spending on a particular grant is very important because that recipient could receive a grant from multiple different organizations. And the organization, while they might want to see the macro level, understanding what's going on in their particular grant is what they're most interested in. And again, there are hyperlinks in there so you can jump and you can dig down deeper into this information as far as you need to go. Slide 14 is interesting because points of contact. It seems a little silly, doesn't it? But believe it or not, it's something that's not always easy to find. This is one of the biggest pain points that we heard from the community was being able to get direct contact with the right people at the grantee or the recipient organization. So we said, hey, let's just throw it in there, make it easy for them. The whole point of this is to ease burden on the human, on the individual. Let's not have them searching through Google, phone books, whatever else they might be looking at. We don't know, but they're trying to find somebody. Let's put it at their fingertips or the best information we can possibly put at their fingertips right away. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. And here you see some financial trending. This is information that's taken off of our nonprofits who have to file an IRS 990. And it's useful information. We found out that grantor organizations utilize this all the time. And it's very telling. Here you can see a shrinkage going on of a recipient organization. We might want to look into that. Are they receiving less grants? Why are they receiving less grants? Is there a performance issue or is there just some other issue that you're unaware of? Recipients did tell us, or I should say grantor organizations did tell us that when they see something like this, they would probably run a Google search on the potential recipient. Everybody utilizes that today, and we get it. We've actually got another tab that we're adding into the GDD. It's utilizing sentiment analysis to understand if there's negative sentiment around a particular recipient. But this is not to tell somebody you should or should not award. It is to provide the same information in some sort of context to the user in the way that they would like to consume and digest it. So again, we're just going based on what the users are telling us they need. Here you've got the information, it's kind of displaying more information around the assets the revenues, current ratio, liabilities, expenses. I think one of the most important thing here is if you look at how much money in federal spending is being provided to this recipient, and then you go to the very next slide, you're going to see that we have something called a highly compensated official. And in the grant world in the US federal government, a highly compensated official is only allowed to receive what an SES level 2, that's a pay grade within the federal government, is allowed to receive in salary. So in red, we have 2 folks right away who are receiving above that amount. So this isn't saying stop, don't award. What this is saying is this is some information you might want to look into a little bit more. And the reason I say that is I believe it was 70-some% of their funding comes from the federal government, if you saw on the previous slide. Well, if 70% of your funding comes from the federal government, and that leaves only 30% where somebody is receiving over the maximum for the federal government allowable, there might be something questionable there that you might want to look into a little bit more. Could be totally legitimate, but make sure that you dot that I, cross that T before you finalize the award, because there are going to be questions about this after the fact. So what I wanted to show you here was an example of when you would want to look into a recipient a little bit closer. Now, the beautiful thing that we've done here is we've created this as a standalone environment. There are 7 different applications here, 7 different microservices. And this is rather important because the microservices work in Unity like a system, but any single one of them can be called independently. So if you want to have information about the federal do not pay listing, we have a microservice for that. And if a payment shop wanted to utilize that one particular microservice, we can make that available. The microservices approach is also a really neat way to do things, because if one microservice is down, it doesn't stop the entire system from running. You will just see the freshness indicators probably a little older on that one particular page that you're on, and that's the indicator that the microservice is down. We typically don't have anything down for more than 2 days is the max, and we're very early in development and being live with this. So I think that's a pretty good uptime ratio. Finally, what we really like about this is, I said earlier that this is seen as a subjective process. Well, we're moving away from a subjective to an objective process. And not only is it going to be objective for the federal government, but when a prime recipient receives an award, they generally do work with sub-recipients. And they are also required to do a pre-award risk assessment, the prime, on the sub each and every time. We want to make this tool available to the prime recipients so that they can capitalize on this and really start to normalize the way that we're doing these risk assessments across the board. And I think that will really help with people trusting and believing that the system is fair, there's nothing construed against them, and that they can move forward with a little bit of peace of mind that they're not being barred from work. They are literally being awarded based on how well they are competing against other applicants for that same award. If anybody who remembers in the US years ago, we had credit scores and no one understood what a credit score was about. And in the 80s, they opened up the black box of the credit scores. And when people understood how behaviors impacted their credit scores, they changed behaviors. We're trying to utilize that same approach with this tool. If someone sees that they have some questionable items sitting within this risk assessment, they have the ability to make the change. They can impact their scoring within this risk assessment tool. So we think that's a huge benefit because it provides a transparency and the ability to learn as well. So I obviously want to open it up for questions. I really thank everybody for your time today. And I hope that you can see how this is applied to the grants community, but what we've done can be very easily applied within an accounting shop, a program shop, a contract shop. This is not something that's a one and done type of activity. So thank you very much. And please let me know what your questions are.
and that was Michael Peckham, Chief Financial Officer of the Program Support Centre, who I caught up with and spoke to a little earlier this week. It was a great presentation and great to understand Mike's perspective, and I can see Mike has joined us now. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Chris. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and thanks for taking the time to join for this short Q&A element. I do appreciate it, and thanks again for the informative panel discussion as well. Presentation, I apologise. So I want to go back to near the start. A lot of what we have heard about today has been around instilling a culture of innovation, how important culture is to any transformation or any kind of digital product journey. And I know that you mentioned early on in your presentation about having a super team around you. Can you just explain to us and to the audience what that looks like and how that team is kind of built and works?
Would love to. I had, as I said, a lot of autonomy to scale this project to my liking. Not something you get often when you're in the federal government. So what I did, I had a very small team, a core team, and you saw that I had 9 different initiatives. What I did was I reached out across the organization. This is all of HHS, so I believe it's roughly 80,000 employees. And I got volunteers basically describing what was the work that was going to be performed, how would this work impact you, and would you be interested in making a positive change within the organization? So each one of those initiatives had a lead, and the lead was a volunteer from an organization that was going to be impacted and really had a vested interest in seeing the positive change coming out of it. And I think that was critical. And then on top of that, the sprint teams that we put around, so we used Agile, so we like to use the Agile terminology, and we set up a sprint team around them. And I will say the psychology behind that was, we're going to do this, but we are going to go away. This is going to have an end. A lot of times these projects start and they never seem to end. And later on, people are asking, why are they funding these projects still? So we had a lot of interest from across the organization. People volunteered to be part of these projects, and they brought the ideas to the table. We learned from what the recipient organizations said. Our grantor agency people brought ideas to the table as well. And in all honesty, it started to minimize change management efforts. From a cultural perspective, people were bought in because they had skin in the game. They were helping to drive this change. I was there to be the executive sponsor, and whenever I needed to, I got involved. But for the most part, the teams were leading what was going on. They were reporting back to us. We had a governance structure set up with the Planning and Development Committee, so we could work through all the items with the sprint team, any concerns. And then we would take everything to our executive steering committee to get a vote on it to say, is this something that we want to move forward as an organization or not? But by having the folks involved on the ground level, and these folks reported up to the members who were on that ESC, and they weren't necessarily people within my management chain, it helped tremendously. It was incredible for the cultural impact, I would say.
Nice. That's good answer. And then a question here around lessons learned from the project. So what were your major lessons learned in the journey of creating this, and any kind of challenges in doing so?
Everything takes 3 times longer in the government than you anticipate that it's going to take. I would say that is probably the biggest lesson learned. I think I had learned a lot of lessons under the Data Act. And as I shared in the presentation, engaging all the folks and making sure that everybody had a seat at the table was pivotal to starting this off on the right foot. Now, we had missteps throughout the entire project. I'm not going to say this thing ran without any hiccups. But we were able to, because we were meeting frequently, we were getting constant feedback, course correction was a lot easier. We didn't have anything baked in and set in stone by the time we were taking it to the ESC, or even the official, the deputy secretary was running a governance committee community for the entire project, for the entire Reimagine proper. By the time we were taking it up to that level, we had buy-in, we had consensus, people were all on the same page, and then we would take everything to our executive steering committee to get a vote on it to say, is this something that we want to move forward as an organization or not? But by having the folks involved on the ground level, it started to minimize change management efforts. From a cultural perspective, people were bought in because they had skin in the game. They were helping to drive this change. And I think that was critical. And then on top of that, the teams were leading what was going on. They were leading what was going on. And then we would take everything to our executive steering committee to get a vote on it to say, is this something that we want to move forward as an organization or not? But by having the folks involved on the ground level, it started to minimize change management efforts. And the important thing there is that the deputy secretary was talking to each one of the assistant secretaries. Well, the people that I had sitting on my executive steering committee were the people that assistant secretary would be asking the question, is this going to work or not? And they'd already said, yes, it's going to work. Yes, this has my buy-in. Yes, this has my endorsement. So I think if you have the ability to set up a structure, I have to say, when you develop tools, governance is always one of those things you're like, oh man, I just want to stay away from that. Leave me alone. Let me just move forward and develop my tools. But I have to say, the governance is super important if you want to have lasting change. If you want to have something where people are saying, yes, we endorse this and we're going to carry the torch forward even after this project is over. Because on September 30th of last year, we closed the doors to reinvent grants management, but the initiatives are still carrying on. And I think that is the most important thing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And a good question coming here from Sunil. So thanks for this question. Could you speak a little bit more about how your team arrived at the decision to use a blockchain system?
Absolutely. We were thinking about all the different types of emerging technologies that were available to us. And obviously we wanted to play with all of them. But we didn't want to run out there and say, hey, I've got a hammer, blockchain, and everything's going to look like a nail to me. So as we started this out, we were utilizing the right emerging technology to solve the problem. When we learned that I don't have a file sitting by, but imagine a paper file that's about that thick. That's what a risk assessment looks like. And so when there's an audit, all the documents that should have been in that file better be in that file. It's a nightmare to keep all that information available, handy, and up to date because the risk assessments change. Each time some organization gets new funding, a new risk assessment needs to be performed. We realized very quickly that if we could store the information that we were collating on behalf of the recipient or of the grantor organization and make that available in a digital format, the space saving, the time savings, the gathering, all of that equated to just blockchain is wonderful. That's what that tool is meant to do. We reside the information on the blockchain. Some of the information that's referenceable is obviously off-chain, but the key elements will sit on-chain. So you can recreate that I will say, instance, that point in time, anytime in the future. And that has been one of the biggest problems. So the blockchain solved that, the immutability, and quite honestly, the trust that it brings to the process.
Definitely. Good answer there, and I hope that's.
And Chris, can I just kind of add, it was really funny because when we were meeting with our customer agencies, one gentleman sat there at the meeting and said, hey, how come you guys aren't using AI? How come you guys aren't using blockchain? The wonderful thing about that was when we introduced blockchain, a lot of people were afraid of it. It wasn't necessarily our idea. Someone else had thrown it out there on the table, and we were simply meeting a customer's need, a customer's call. And it made, I will say, the sell a lot easier.
Well, it's a great approach as well, and it's innovation at its finest, really. Obviously, blockchain technology is for many very difficult kind of concept to grasp, and obviously when you think of the blockchain, you think of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and everything like that. It's kind of the common association to which a lot of people fully don't understand. So it's great that you're using such an advanced and innovative technology to do such.
Thanks, and it's fun.
Yeah, no, I can imagine, definitely. And then final question, and a question that I've put to quite a few of our speakers today. What for you is kind of the most important part of digital transformation, and what makes it success? What can kind of deem it successful or a failure for you?
It's an interesting question. So I'll talk specifically about the grant recipient digital dossier because I wanted all 9 projects to be successful. Trying to be an overachiever, wanted an A on every single one of my tests. And one of those projects, actually 2 of those projects, are pretty much mothballed at this point in time. And I think they're mothballed from the perspective of there's no one to take ownership of it and run forward with it. But if you want to talk about success, across the board, we have everybody now thinking from a different perspective. We have people understanding that the grants management process for years has been considered to be unique to a specific type of grant. And I think that by what we have done, we have opened everybody's eyes. We did, one of the items was called the critical path. And under the critical path, we outlined what are the steps that every single grantor organization takes every single time they're processing a grant award. And 84% of the time, they are the same steps. Exactly. So we have a 16% deviation, and that is the worst case deviation. So you have training grants, construction grants, research grants, all sorts of different grants. Grants that are research grants involving human subjects are obviously the most complex. And so that is where you have your 16% deviation. But what it tells us is we can start to normalize the process. We can build towards a norm, and then we can deviate only where we need to deviate. And when you understand that and you start to ingest that, you start to realize that the systems of the future can look very different than the systems of today. And I think that is probably the biggest win that we got across the board.
No, that's great. Mike, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, for your presentation and for the Q&A session. Some really bright answers, and it was great to hear your journey and to hear more about the project as well. So thank you for all of that. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. And I hope folks are able to learn and capitalize from everything that we did and have fun doing it yourself.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, Mike, thanks for joining, and hopefully we'll cross paths, perhaps without a screen in front of us at some point, and hopefully we can get you up on a stage when we're running the federal edition of the event again, when it's kind of safe to do so.
Be happy to join you, Chris. Thank you.
Cheers, Mike. So that was Michael Peckham joining us, the Chief Financial Officer of the Programme Support Centre at the HHS. And a big thanks to Mike for joining us and for wrapping up the day as well. It's been a great day. I want to thank all of our brilliant speakers. We started this morning with Shane Barney, the Chief Information Security Officer from the US Citizenship and Immigration Services. We then moved on to Shankar Ratchakonda, CEO from Radiant, and followed up by Scott Simpson, the Digital Transformation Lead at DHS. A big thank you then to Bethany Blakey of GSA, Scott Corey from the ACL part of HHS, and Sid Sinha from the IRS as well. And then in that last session, we heard from Jeff Roth, who is the author of Fire Floods and Taxicabs, and also Deputy Commissioner for New York City Veterans. And then lastly, Mike Peckham, big thanks to him for his time and for his presentation. It's been a brilliant day, and I hope for those that have attended the entire day, I hope you've enjoyed it and managed to take some great tips and insights and inspiration from those that are leading change and within government and trying to innovate from within. It's been really informative. I love this event. I love hearing the public sector opinion. We run this event largely across UK, Europe, North America and Asia as predominantly a private sector event, so it's always nice to have the public sector version, and in this case for the North American version it's the federal edition, and we also like hearing from government over here in the UK. So it's always very interesting and different, but same story as well, with regards to how we go about innovation and change within our organizational enterprise. So it's been a really interesting day. I want to thank Radiant Digital, who supported the event as headline sponsor. As mentioned, we had a brilliant presentation this morning from Shankar Ratchakonda, who is CEO from Radiant Digital. We heard from them in 2019 as well, pre-pandemic, at a conference we ran in DC, where they shared their insights, and again today. And so a really great presentation and Q&A session, of which we appreciate, with Radiant earlier today, in and amongst all of our agency speakers and experts. So it's been a fascinating journey into digital transformation government side. So again, hope you've enjoyed the day. Do follow us on LinkedIn for further updates about our event series. Of course, we are running this event series all this half, so if you're interested in private sector transformation as well, do attend those events. Of course, follow up with Radiant Digital if you want a conversation around leading yourself better to the digital enterprise. They are experts at that, and we've seen that firsthand as well, so do check those out. And that's all we've got time for today. Pleasure to have had you with us. Thank you for joining, and I hope I can welcome you perhaps again in an online format in the next few months, and then beyond that actually in person, where hopefully we'll be able to get back up on a stage and welcome people with handshakes and whatnot. But thanks again. It's been a real pleasure to have everyone with us, and I hope you've enjoyed your day. That's all from me. My name is Chris Towers from Raw Media, and I'm head of events, and it's been a pleasure hosting the day and discussing everything, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you.